of you that would like to join us. Today's December 9th. The YouTube link is at washingtoncity.org/meetings. Looks like we have 3 items on the agenda. Move on to item 1, the approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I'll motion that we approve the agenda as outlined.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 2, discussion and update on the legislative session. Steve Meekum.
Are you ready?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon to all of you. It's nice to be with you, at least virtually, and one of these days I hope to be down there in person. This is going to be an unusual session, as I'm sure you already know. Of course, we're dealing with the COVID virus, but on top of that, we have threats of violence, and we just received a notice today, actually, that while the session is going forward on the 19th, it's going to be virtual for the public because of the concerns that the Highway Patrol has about protests at the Capitol. And, we were already concerned about sort of a blend of in-person and virtual and how that was going to play out. So I guess we're all going to start out mostly virtual, and then we'll see how it unfolds as the session progresses. But it will be, all of the normal things that have happened or over the years aren't going to happen. There aren't going to be activities in the rotunda. There will be committee hearings, but they're going to be more spread out. What we were told even before today was that if you didn't have an appointment or have a lobbyist badge, you weren't going to get into the Capitol. So we're all kind of waiting to see how this is going to unfold. But nevertheless, they are going to forge ahead. And you've probably been following some of the reports. I mean, Governor Cox just released his budget. Now, of course, the legislature will work their budget out. And frankly, from a budgetary standpoint, it looks like it's going to be a better session than anybody expected. Even in Governor Cox's budget, they're considering, or he's proposed, a tax cut. And I know that the legislature is looking at $80 million they had set aside for tax reform last year that didn't happen. And then all of a sudden we had this pandemic sort of overcome the last session. And so they held on to it. So it's not 100% clear what they're going to do with it, but it appears that whether it's by the governor's budget or the legislature's budget, there will be some reduction. There are surpluses, and based on what I'm hearing from both the Senate president and the House Speaker, they're favoring one-time projects. They're looking at infrastructure type things, transportation issues, roads, water projects, maybe even some trails and other sort of recreational infrastructure. And then with respect to, we've been kind of looking to see what is out there from the standpoint of bills that have already been filed. And we have seen a bill sponsored by Representative Paul Ray, House Bill 98, that will be of interest not just to Washington, but to all cities, that deals with inspections and the ability of people to opt out of certain inspections and plan reviews that are required now. It doesn't mean that it won't happen. It'll just happen differently and not necessarily by the local government. But again, I don't know that that's just one item that we've seen so far. But it does, I've been involved with the legislative session since 1985, and I've not seen anything develop the way this one seems to be. But we'll make it work. I mean, whether it's virtual or in person. I mean, I think it's whether there are meetings or not, that is individual meetings with legislators is really going to be their preference. it's just not going to be as easy to get to them and get with them as it has been in all previous sessions that I've been involved in. So that's kind of a high level recap, Mayor. I don't know if there's anything else you'd like me to try to cover.
Anything from the council?
Steve,
Yes.
can you talk just a little bit more? You mentioned something about land use decisions being made at the state level, and I'm just
Well,
wondering
no,
if I
it's-
understood what's
I
being
would refer
proposed.
you. I would refer you to House Bill 98. I've just kind of skimmed through it, and it's building inspections, and what's involved with that. And it again, I just looked at it this afternoon, and haven't fully and thoroughly studied it, but it looks to me like a builder could. There would still be inspections, but they'd be done by a licensed building inspector, not necessarily the local inspector. But if they opt out of those local inspections, they still have to, again, by my reading of the proposal, they still have to show the local entity that they've done it, but they haven't necessarily done it through the local entity.
Jeremy, did you?
But again, it is online now, and it's available to be reviewed. And I know that it's going to be, this isn't a specific Washington City issue. This will be an entire local government issue of interest.
Thank you. Steve, our city manager would like to address.
Hello, Steve. It's good to see you again.
Can you see Jeremy?
Oh yeah, there you are.
Maybe you can't see me. Yeah, I'm on the other screen. I think maybe just more of a comment, and maybe you could comment on my comment, but this is definitely going to be a different legislative session. And I think that Washington City and all of the other cities in Utah recognize that maybe some of the influence that we've had in the past on certain bills we may not be able to have that influence because of COVID and the restrictions and the distancing. So I really wanted to express how important I feel like it is that we have you there representing our interests and watching out for some of these things. But maybe you could speak to maybe the differences and the hope that we don't get legislation passed this year with a lack of city involvement because we're not allowed in the process, and how that might impact things.
Well, thank you for raising that, because it sounds a little self-serving, but I agree with you. I mean, I live 2 miles away from the Capitol, so, and I have 2 partners, and several of you have met both of my partners. And so we kind of cover the full array of legislators, all 104 in one way or another, and we're able to get there in moments or be there. It's not going to be the way it was, but we also have access to the legislators through their cell phones and texting, and we will be able to be in the building apparently with our lobbyist badges, but it's, you have to be there with a purpose. Apparently they're not just going to let you stand in the lobby. I mean, that's what we do. But so it will be different, and we don't have a full handle on how it's going to be, but we are close by, and we will have influence on this because we still have direct connections to the legislators through their cell phones, and also some of them will be willing to meet. And I mean, we're just going to have to work around this and make it work, because cities and other entities need to provide that input. And I think that's why the Senate President and the Speaker have been so adamant about trying to do some of this in-person stuff, because it's very difficult to do it otherwise. And to have us here present in and around the Capitol, I think will be an advantage.
Steve, this is Councilman Ivey.
Yes.
We corresponded earlier this week, and
yes,
it's good to see you again.
Thank you, Councilman.
We had our very productive legislative policy committee meeting yesterday, and they drilled down on a lot of the same concerns that you're sharing. For the council and Mayor Nelson to know that the league has stepped up also and recognizing that they need more often and more and different additional means to not only get feedback as to what the membership votes, but to get it to our legislators. So there are some things that are changing. One other thing that I would add is that there's no city council or there's no youth council visits this year.
That's right.
Capitol, and I know that affects us directly, but we are planning something different. But anyway, I'll stay in touch. I appreciate you being here tonight, and look forward to a good session.
Well, I anticipate having a successful session. We're just going to have to do it a little differently than we have. And I fully expect things to, I hope by the end of this year or maybe before, at least get us closer to where we used to be. And I presume that the next session will be more like what we've been used to. But I mean, the work goes on, and we have to have input, and we will have input.
Thank you, Steve. Anybody else? Any additional? Anything else for us, Steve?
No, that's pretty much it. I hope by the fall I'll come down and see you face to face.
Okay, that'd be great. That would be great. We appreciate it. Keep in touch with us, will you?
Oh, indeed, I will. Thank you very much. Good to see all of you, and have a great session.
Thank you.
All right.
Move on to item 3, discussion of the Blue Can number of participation. Craig, Councilman Coates, sorry about that.
No problem. I just wanted to give council an update of where everything landed on the counts for the Blue Can and opt-out and where we're moving forward. If you guys, I don't know, Steve, can you pull up the item for the public online? Does he have that, or?
Yeah, just 1 second. I can do that.
Okay, thanks. So the good news is we landed within the tier 1 of the project, so that we ultimately got the best pricing we could with the current contract that was negotiated with Republic. He's pulling it up. I kind of wanted to show you the numbers. It's quite interesting to me because it's based on per city on the final opt-outs. Let's see if Steve pulls it up. While he pulls it up, I'll just start going through these numbers. Oh, there they are. So on the first page is the opt-out by the city. So as you all know, we originally had the original opt-outs from 2015, and every city had ours. Washington City had 983, and we rolled those in. And then over the 3 months that was the opt-out period for this session was 1357, 690, and 790. So a total of 2,837 opt-outs were new. So the total of 3,820 total opt-outs for Washington City for the residents. And if you go to the next page, Steve, the house counts, we're 65% is where we landed with the opt-outs. So, or we had 65% participation out of our city households. So we landed better than like St. George had 58%. You had some like Leeds 31%, but all those percentages don't really matter because it's a total whole of 63% for the county. So 60.
What was the goal to be at?
The goal was, so that's the next couple down. Go down two pages, Steve. Its tier 1 pricing was 51%. So to hit the tier 1, we had to have at least more than half of the public. And with the opt-out being done now, we cannot, as we get new residents, it'll just increase those percentages as we go along. So.
Councilman, this is really helpful. I find it interesting that Washington City is right about the average of the county,
Yeah.
countywide, right there within
Yeah.
a few percentage points.
You know, we don't meet Springdale, but they're 85% participation rate, but we're behind them. But and then Hurricane was definitely 75, and Ivans was 85. But I think it's interesting to me that the larger the city you are, kind of seemed like, besides Leeds, it seemed like you kind of just went down a step a little bit more with the population growth.
So, and then the price increase on this was just a clerical error. And it was just 10 cents, right? Or was it 9 cents?
Okay, so that's in our agenda for our main meeting, and it was a typo, really is what it was. But it was presented to us at the correct figure when he presented it, but in the actual paperwork that got signed, it was wrong. But we actually didn't ever take it through yet. So he says it's a clerical error in Faye, the attorney for the county, but we hadn't actually approved it yet because we held off on it because we wanted to do some work. So it's actually on our agenda tonight. So we don't have to make an amendment to that piece because it hadn't been implemented from our city.
And then I was trying to remember the process of this. So is the opt-out closed now?
It's closed now. It ended the end of November.
These are finalized numbers.
These are finalized numbers. Yes, we got this in our board meeting in December.
But we voted on something with this. Was
Well,
it just to
we-
approve the?
we voted on the
schedule
contracts.
and the contract.
We voted on the contracts for Republic to move forward. And then tonight we'll be dealing with the ordinance of the interlocal connection between the city and the solid waste district.
And is there any modification or changes to like the curbside pickup or any other?
Nope. So everything will stay the same as far as pickup. It's every other week. You can go online and get on their list on the conservative. No, let me slow down. The solid waste website, the landfill website. If you go on that board, that website, you can actually you can get text messages, email alerts for when the recycling is picked up, so that you can keep it in your schedule because it's not a regular weekly thing. It's bi-weekly. The other thing that they're still working on is the pickup of the blue cans for people who opted out. So their goal is to pick them up in February, and we should have a status of that. We have a board meeting 1st of February.
Those that were on with the previous go around but have now opted out from
Opted
this
out.
go around.
So it's a huge undertaking to gather up all those blue cans, because if you look at the numbers, what's the total number? 23,000? 23,270, or actually it's 13, because there was already 9 now. So 13,440 cans they got to go pick up. The good thing is we get to reissue those to new, but they got to pick them up, they got to store them, they got to clean them, and they got to reissue them back out to new residences. So it's a huge undertaking to do. They're working on trying to get it to happen on one of your regular pickup days. You'll just have to put it out, but they're working on how they're going to figure out to get those out. But they're planning February.
At least they don't have to repaint them or anything.
No, they were thinking about it, but then they got, they figured you would comment on it, and so they decided not to.
So and this is probably off topic, but so the city offers kind of like a curbside pickup for like bulk trash removal,
So
and that's changed though, right?
that's different than the recycling.
No, I understand that, but it's still through. Somebody asked me about that, and I didn't know the answer to how that pickup is being handled.
I still think
That's
they
still through
offer a
city
bulk.
staff.
I still think they offer a bulk. You just got to call and schedule. But it might have changed in this contract, so I'm not positive on that. I can look into it though for
Are you
you.
talking about
yeah,
the
if you get a
cities,
chance, it'd be
the
great.
city every first Monday of the month? Are you talking
Yeah,
about
it used to
something
be first Monday of every month, but you still, I think we're supposed to call ahead.
else? Yeah, you call down to Public Works and schedule it.
But that was to our public works, and I had somebody ask me about that, and I guess they called the same place. They told them somewhere else, and I honestly didn't know the difference of what changed in the contract with that. So
Well, I can look into it and get
that'd
back
be
with
great.
you.
Thank you.
So, but I don't know that right off. I know that they have the Binny program, which is the bulk recycling, and those are the big bins throughout the county. And they don't have as many locations as they used to because they have the curbside pickup now, but they still have a few locations, and you can get those locations online if you want to do that.
You mean like the ones up at the community center? Or is that a different?
Nope,
that's
that's
a different
that's the
organization?
Binny program. That's
Yeah.
through the county.
So, Councilman, there's also Benny's at the golf course and others. Anyway, my question is, or my comment is, I just want to really congratulate the Solid Waste District on the process that they went through and how transparent it was, and how it really was done in a very transparent way that people could drill down on it and get exactly what they wanted. And I appreciate that. I think it was handled very, very well.
And I was happy that we were able to give those people the option of the opt-out if you choose it wasn't right for you. I can give you one example of a lady contacted me about it and said, hey, we just don't recycle that much. We don't think it's worth it, but we still want to recycle. And then I provided the Binny program that she didn't know about. And she was like, well, that works for us better. So it gives away that there's other options. So I was happy they did it. You know how contracts go. Sometimes I wish there was an opt-out period halfway through the 5-year contract, but it's a 10-year contract, and it is what it is. So.
A couple of things that I appreciated too was, the contract first and foremost is a waste collection agreement, which the rate was extremely good. And then this recycling component was part of that contract. So it's a great contract. The other thing I appreciate is our utility department, Kerry Wilwright and his staff there, they did a great job, not only getting the word out, advertising, various means of advertising, and then, coordinating with the district on that. So at this point, the word transparent came up in this conversation. And I just don't think anybody can say I didn't have a choice. And I'm sure some still will, but it just seems like every effort was made to get the word out, and there was plenty of time for that.
You think that, and then I've already heard of one story that you're like, oh yeah, we can't get it all, but we did the best we could with the information.
There was a fair amount of consternation the last time around.
Yes.
Significant improvement is where you're at.
And I think that the problem we had is every city had a different time frame. This time they're like, hey, it's 3 months and these are the dates and you all have to abide for it. Last time some cities went longer, some were shorter. And so there was a lot of confusion that people thought they had more time, was of what I heard. And, we've learned from the last go around of if you need it, if you feel like you don't need it, or it's beneficial to you or not, because it is a fee. So if you're not using it, I'm like, I understand why you don't want to use it. So I'm glad that I think it's been successful. I do appreciate you bringing up the staff, Councilman Staley, because they were great during this process. And I know it's a headache for them. So they had to deal with this extra thing, and we can't even account for anything to cover those costs. And we just have to kind of deal with it. But I think overall, my opinion is that the recycling program I like it and I think it's good. So I'm glad that I'm able to do it, and I'm glad that people got to choose. But overall, 64% of us are going to recycle the best we can at this point.
Councilman, I do have one question for you. So the opt-out came around again. I know initially you had the opportunity to opt out. So is it every time a contract is renewed that's as an option, or?
Well, every time. So the contract is a 10-year contract.
Okay.
So there's always negotiation with a contract.
Okay.
And if I have anything to say in the contract in 10 years, then it's going to be, I think that shouldn't be another option, because people should have the choice again. And I think it worked out because they got the people out that didn't want to be a part, and they still were able to. That's why they looked at their numbers and did the tiers. We still met the tier 1, and maybe in 10 years you might be fine at the 50%. I think the big thing is they did increase the cost.
Yeah.
They did increase the cost on this time. They found out with where recycling's at in the world today, it costs more to recycle. And so the cost did get increased, but you had your option.
But that's why your last contract fell apart, right?
Well, yeah, but it didn't at the first part. Remember, recycling just went in the whole market. China quit taking recycling. They had nowhere to go, so they were losing money. The district actually was covering the cost. They're still covering the cost right now for the past few years of they've been losing money on the project. And so now it's with this increase in cost, which does start in February. I also want to state that this increase in cost starts in February. It's part of your bill. Should cover all those costs.
I know that I received the notices. There was no question, so as far as that option, so I appreciated that. But even the first go around, it seemed to be, years ago when it was done, but it certainly was helpful, and I had plenty of opportunity.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I just wanted to give you guys an update of where we're at and moving forward, especially since we have those items on the agenda in our main meeting. So that's all I have, Mayor, unless there's any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coates. We'll move on to item 4, discussion regarding the 2021 Cotton Days event.
Thank you, Mayor. I did approve the agenda, but there was one minor clerical error. The discussion regarding the 2021 Washington County Fair and not the Cotton Days event.
Okay.
To clarify that, Councilman Bundy is in charge of the Cotton Days, and I did reach out to him and explain that mistake. But I'm only here as part of the Washington County Fair Board. I was approached by Susie Lafayette to bring some of the changes that the county fair has gone through the last couple of months and the expectations for 2021. The first big change is that the dates of the fair has changed. Traditionally, it has been in August, but now the county fair is going to be held April 14th through 17th. They will continue to have the same events, and I'm going to answer some of the most obvious questions about that move. But first and foremost, you need to understand, like I did, why they needed to change it. There was a valid reason. I can't go into it now here, but there was a good reason to change it. Anyway, there was a reason to change it. The county fair has asked, at the request of the county commissioners, that we host the parade again this year. And I hope that each of you enjoyed that as much as I did last year. I felt that it was wonderful. The youth council won an award. I'm still very proud of that. Anyway, the county fair, what that they're proposing with the help of Marsha Whitney. I did meet with those two ladies later today, and they gave details on some of the events. I have a pamphlet that I'll hand out, and they'll allow you to look at it, each of you, and kind of see what the plan is. But it's basically the same events. But the parade, the proposed parade is Tuesday, April 13th at 6 p.m. They would like to utilize the new route that we identified with the Veterans Day Parade. That would go down south on 300, across Telegraph, north on Main to 200 north. So I'd utilize that new parade route. And then after the parade, they would like to have the same kickoff activities here at Veterans Park after. And then prior to the parade, they would like to do a ribbon cutting again. And Mayor, they'll reach out to you too. If that's something that we're going to approve, then they would want to do a ribbon cutting at 5:30 in the same location as last year. They felt like that was a very positive, a great way to kick it off. It's just that they felt like maybe they needed more time this year to get to the start. So there's people to get back up to the start after to kick it off. It's a kickoff event, yeah. And then some other things that just kind of some topics to go over. There was a concern that our local folks, our high school kids that are in the FFA and 4-H, that they wouldn't be able to go to the state fair because they wouldn't qualify at the county fair. And that's not true. You can go directly to the state fair. And then the next question was, we usually held it at the end of the summer because that's when the gardens are, they're ready to be harvested and we take them. The answer is that there are still a lot of venues that can grow during this time of year and be ready by then. They mentioned root vegetables, and I'm not a gardener, so I'm not exactly sure what that is, and nuts and different things. And then another reason for the change that they felt would be a very positive thing is that the junior livestock show would be the week after the county fair, but the junior livestock will use, I don't know if you went to the fair last year, but they have all the livestock there, the sheep and goats and horses and cows and all those animals, and they use that as a fundraiser for their junior livestock competition. And having it together like that is much better for them because that does prepare them for other competitions and moving forward. As far as displays go, Mrs. Lafayette indicated that she is encouraging every municipality, every town to participate with some type of a display. Last year, I'm sure if you were there, you remember the wonderful, wonderful display that George Staley and Sherry Staley and other others put together right at the entrance into the Grafton building. It was very nice. But they want some kind of a display. They would ask for that. It doesn't have to be a seed display. They're finding out that that's very time consuming. And a lot of those folks that were skilled at that are not as plentiful, but they would want some kind of a display, maybe much like what we had last year. And then the theme that plays off the Iron Man theme. And this year's Iron Man theme is Rise Up, the Land of Endurance. And the theme for the county fair this year is Rise to It. Now, I felt like that this entire last year of 2020, our city, our residents, our council, our employees, our leadership rose up to it every day and every week of the entire year in, I don't want to overuse the word unprecedented, but it was something that we'd never seen before. And it was something that they felt was very apropos for the theme this year, to rise to it. So that's in a nutshell. I'm not making any other suggestions as to Cotton Days. That's not my purpose tonight. I just wanted to talk about just the county fair and the date change. Just for information though, the county fair, it would be April 14th to the 17th, and Cotton Days is scheduled now for April 19th to the 25th. So basically you would have the 3 days at the end of 1 week and then the entire week, the following week for Cotton Days. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council, mayor
Was there
might
some
have.
talk about moving Cotton Days?
Initially, there was a question whether or not we'd want that, but that is something I'll let Councilman Bundy discuss.
Yeah, I think I mentioned that to you, Councilman, but I appreciate all the details, Councilman Ivy. The only question I would have is the fair or the parade here again. Is that anticipated to be every year in our city, or I mean, they must have appreciated the closeness and working with them to have it here again. Is that
Commissioner Iverson, Commissioner Cox, and Commissioner Almquist all reached out and was very thankful and appreciative to our city last year for hosting that. And they felt like that our city provides the best venue for that, where it's kind of a kickoff because it's more centrally located within the county. And it would be my hope that we could support that and do it as part of our contribution. I do know that this year there's going to be more emphasis placed with the other towns and municipalities to bring their local or their community event to the county fair, like Santa Clara Beach West Days and Peach Days from Hurricane, and Corn from Enterprise, and try to make it more of a county event and kind of honor their city traditions. But it's my hope, Councilman, that we could do that. I feel like that we have always been that city that everyone can count and rely on. And I know that people would enjoy coming here. And I know that with the temperature change, I feel like it will just make it more enjoyable.
Well, and I appreciate it. Councilman Ward, I don't know if I fully answered your question. Yes, Councilman Ivy and I discussed that as a possibility where they're right close together, and I visited the mayor about that as well. But changing Cotton Days would be a whole different discussion. I think as I've thought about it, I think that we ought to stay at that same time personally, but we traditionally have had it, but be thinking about that, because that might be a question that yet comes up.
And just to build on that, Councilman Bundy, is years ago, and we're grateful for these county events. We're grateful for the Ironman. We're grateful for the fair. But years ago, if I recall, we adjusted the time frame for our Cotton Days. I think we moved that. Mayor, you might remember. As I recall, we had it in May, and then the Ironman was the first weekend in May, so we bumped that up just a little bit.
Thinking generations before, Councilman.
Probably. But that does make it a little bit of a squeeze, because our Cotton Days is in between the county fair in the middle of April and the Ironman and the 1st of May. And then with the fair, I have had just a little bit of feedback. I mean, overall it's positive, but there are some of the activities that would maybe duplicate, and I would just hope that they don't drown out the traditions and the service that we have from our local community. One of those that we've had that's great is the second grade field trips. And I'm just hopeful that if the county does similar things to what we're already doing, that doesn't hurt our own city celebration. And then I think it does just for the staff. I mean, they need to be aware that, we would have, 2 parades within a very short period of time, and supporting the county fair and then going right into our own city celebration. But Councilman Ivy, are you on that fair board then, did you say?
Yes, I am.
So if you just, maybe from my standpoint, we're supportive, we're excited about having the parade there, but we really also want to make sure that we maintain Cotton Days as an event that doesn't get squeezed with the 2 county events.
And Councilman, that was the first conversation that I had with them, is that, and in all fairness, they had identified the date, and then said we would really appreciate you. And I think that we need to have a spirit of cooperation and working together. And I did tell them, I did suggest that we have those events. I actually went over our schedule, this year's itinerary for our Cotton Days, and there doesn't seem to be anything that would conflict, because once the parade is over, the parade and the after party, then that will be Washington's extent of what they would do for the county fair. Everything else will be over at the Purgatory site. And so we definitely want to protect those and keep those special for our city. And so I wouldn't support it either if it had any negative effect on anything that we have planned in our city.
So the 13th is when we would have that party and the parade, correct? So it would be
April 13th.
a whole April 13th?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be almost a whole week before we got started. I mean, obviously the fair is up till Saturday, but Martin Robert is only Tuesday, correct?
That's right, Mayor. It would be the 13th would be the kickoff, which is a Wednesday, and then Cotton Days would start the following Monday.
That's Tuesday the 13th.
Is it Tuesday? Okay. Oh, it is. I just can't read my writing. Sorry. Yes, it is Tuesday.
So what is the financial obligation? I mean, we're just doing the parade there, but we would have the police department. We'd probably have cleaning crews, other things. I don't know what that represents for us financially.
Chief, are you on? Chief Williams?
There I am. Yeah, so the parade is not a huge impact on us. We will obviously close the roads and be there for safety, but I mean, we can manage it and make it work. So whatever the council decides, we will go that direction. So
How does that even work? Do we send the county a bill for that?
we haven't in the past. So
Probably been more of an in-kind
Yeah.
contribution, I would think.
I hadn't really thought about those kind of costs, but I think the positive maybe outweighs those, and might just off the cuff, I don't know.
just
But
curious to
that's a
know.
very, very good question. But
My biggest concern is just crowding out Cotton Days. It's our city's celebration, and it jumps right in front of us. And I keep trying to run through my mind, like which of our citizens, which of our staff are going to have,
double
parade
duty.
party fatigue at that point. By the time you go through one and then jump right into another, I don't know. It feels like it kind of cuts the wind out of our.
there's also an Ironman in there as well, May 1st. So just
Well, you-
put that on the.
Well, and then, so then you start talking about not just party fatigue, but road closure fatigue.
So I did pull up the dates for Cotton Days 2021. And so the field trips are April 19th through the 22nd. And then the parade shows it's Saturday, April 24th. So that does give us about a week and a half instead of just a few days. So we have a little bit more time, but yeah, Councilman, we are right between those 2 county events. And as I recall, we used to have our Cotton Days the first weekend in May, and we bumped that into the end of April to accommodate the county and the Ironman, and now we're doing our best to accommodate the county fair now moving into April, and it is tough, Councilman. It's
Is this not maybe the best year to have the parade back here again? I like being the venue for that, but where it's right on top of these other events.
it's a great venue though. I
It is
think
a
our
great
city is
venue,
definitely the best for that. That parade route is so good, and really, if that's the extent, those I have talked to have said, we can do it, but
What was the reason again for changing the county fair date?
The heat,
The what?
the heat.
That hasn't changed this year. I mean,
Something changed it last year.
what?
To me, that's the reason we have it. What the cotton days when we do, that's a good reason. Is the weather is very pleasant typically, and the other thing is I think the residents are used to that time of the year. Right around that end of April, 1st of May, and so I just wouldn't want to throw too big of a monkey wrench into that. So if we can coordinate that and make it work, that would be the better. Because I think there's some positive things about the county.
Well, they're our neighbor and somebody that really I feel like is very supportive of us, and I look at it more like it's a privilege to be able to do that for the county and our neighbors, so we can showcase what a great city Washington is. And it's not without understanding that there might be some effect or whatever, but I guess mainly what my thoughts have been is that it's an opportunity for us, and I think that the county has, as I said, I don't want to be redundant, but I think that they've extended their hand to us whenever we've needed anything, and I would just like to feel like that we could help them when they ask.
Have we talked to our Cotton Days committee about this? Have we run this past our staff to find out? I don't know. I guess it just makes me a little nervous.
I haven't, so that's something that needs to be done. That's why probably is another discussion after a little more input on that.
Yeah, Councilman Wayne, just get with Tess and she can.
And then we've got a number of our staff on with us here. I just am kind of stumbling because this wasn't the agenda item I thought we were talking about because it was mislabeled in there, and I didn't have any documents to suggest what we were looking at here. But staff wise, and maybe kind of lean on some of your professionalism, is there any concerns or anything else that I'm missing?
I'm not sure if the other staff involved, especially on the parade route, are on right now. We'd have interactions with our public works, and then also depending on what events they want after would be our parks department and stuff. So like I said, on the police side of it, we would do what we need to make it a comfortable, safe environment for the county and also for our community. So
Well, thank you, Chief. I know, I think some of these things are really easy, and then you talk to like the Parks Department and they say, well, we typically like to space these things out and have regrow time and re-water time. And there's things that I know that they think about that I'm certain that I don't know and don't think about.
Well, thanks, Councilman Ivey. I think it sounds great. I think we identified where it fits, and I'm supportive of the parade being in Washington City.
Okay, anything else to discuss on this? Okay. We'll adjourn, take a break, and come back at 6 o'clock.
A motion that we adjourn.
Ward, aye. Oh, sorry. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Second eye.
is that? The captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign, so could all our customers please fasten their seatbelts? Thank you. The captain will let you know when you can take your seatbelts off and walk freely throughout the cabin.
here. Brown. Brian. Brian.
let's just move through this stuff. Hey, Mayor.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's just. No, I need it on now. Yeah, I had it off. Yeah, I'm ready to go. 5:59.
No, man. No. For the bomb that happened in every episode.
2 minutes and counting. Good evening. Welcome to our city council meeting. We are glad to be able to kind of reopen a little bit, inviting the public into our chambers. We do ask that you, which what you're doing, we appreciate it, that you're maintaining your distance. And we are still streaming live on washingtoncity.org/meetings. We're glad that we have the technology to do that. Today is January 13th. I've asked, excuse me, Councilman Ward, if he will offer our invocation, and Councilman Coates, if he will give us our pledge of allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we bow our heads before thee at this time. Grateful to meet here together. We're grateful for the peace and safety that is around us in our immediate community, although we pray for our nation as a whole. We ask that calm heads and peaceful hearts and open ears might prevail as we pursue the business of our nation. We ask for those who are suffering from COVID, blessings upon them, and pray for the proceedings of this meeting in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you.
Please rise and repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Move on to approval of the agenda. Just want to make a little correction on D2, special event. That's February 5th, 2022, not 2021.
And Mayor, there's one other correction on 6DII. The Washington half date is February 6th, not the 5th.
Okay.
What are those dates again?
Item DII is February 6th, correct? And that's 2022.
That's 2022. That's right. I remember reading that. Okay. And the other one?
That was it. All right.
It's
Saying 2022.
it's 2021.
I'm sorry.
The correct date is February 6th, 2021 on agenda item 6DII.
I thought it said on the.
Yes, go ahead, Denise.
This is Denise. On that, they're doing it for next year's event. So it would be
2022.
So the correction is for the year 2022 and not 2021.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now we have that. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve the agenda for the January 13th, 2021 meeting.
I second the motion.
Motion
Councilman
and
Dunn.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts, or, excuse me, item 2, announcements. May I just make an announcement, protocol announcement, if I may? When you come up to speak, that you have a mask. If you don't, we can provide one for you.
Mayor, I would just mention that the county fair date has been changed to April 14th through the 17th, traditionally in August. Again, that's April 14th through the 17th of this year.
Thank you. Any other
Oh,
announcements?
sorry, Mayor, can I just, for clarification, because we had been kind of removing masks once they were up and presented at the microphone previously, just because of the difficulty in hearing through the mask on. Is that what we're,
Yeah, you'll be okay, right? City manager, they can remove their mask. If we can't hear you, we're going to ask you to remove your mask and we will clean it. Okay, any other announcements? Thank you. Declaration, item 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts.
Mayor, I have the same conflicts that I've mentioned in the past with respect to Brio development and the desert flower area, but just a possible conflict there. But again, I do not make any decisions for them. I just provide a service.
Thank you, Councilman Bundy. Item 4, Youth Council. Update from our Youth Council.
Mayor Carter Libby, come on up.
Carter, can we get you to use that microphone? Not that we're picky, but
Thank you, gentlemen. So this is the Washington City Youth Council quarterly report for January 13th, 2021. I stand before you today to give our quarterly report and activities and upcoming events. I am the mayor of the Washington City Youth Council. My name is Carter Libby. This is my 3rd year with the Youth Council, and I've been elected by my peers to serve. We thank you for the opportunity we've been aligned with and the support of the city. The Youth Council is going into its 11th year, established in 2010. We've been meeting for our regular meetings on the 1st and 3rd week of each month at Stan Snow's garage since COVID-19. On the first of the year, we took back the Covington home by doing some major cleaning, and we still need to do more because of the repairs in our absence. We feel the importance of being in the home and keeping the memories of the Covington family alive and the home clean. At the end of August, we held our retreat with the theme, Make Your Own Path. The purpose of the retreat is to connect with each other and to understand the importance of the commitment to belonging to the Youth Council calendar, review our bylaws, and how important communication is to leadership. At the end of the retreat, we vote on officers, and what is so great is everybody has a position before we adjourn. Our annual trick-or-treat was a little different this year because we held it outside of the Covington home, but it was still a lot of fun for those that attended and those that were a part of it. The Youth Council loved being included in the ribbon cutting of the Warm Springs, the unveiling of the bison, and the social Zoom during the Christmas tree lighting. We have been saddened when so much of the city's events were canceled this year because of COVID. That is why we partnered with the newly formed Washington City Chamber to bring Santa Claus to the children of Washington the first week in December. We followed all the social distancing rules. In fact, some of the children that love Santa, but still are afraid to get close up and sit on his lap, loved this because they were still able to talk to him. The looks on the little ones' faces and and the many thank you we received from the community that attended gave us a great spirit of love and appreciation. A special thanks to our City Council Advisor, Kurt Ivey, for being behind us for this activity, along with Ed Tracy, President of Washington Chamber of Commerce, who also recognized the needs of the children to make some happy memories during the Christmas season. We'll be honest with the council that we were saddened and shocked that the city charged us $150 for the use of the park, where it was all volunteer, everything free to the community and the Washington City Youth Council. We would be amiss if we did not also mention that we feel it is very important that the city reconsiders giving some support to our new Washington Chamber of Commerce to get it started up. It can be a great arm for the city, as we feel we are. We understand the importance of needing new business relationships and networking to keep our city healthy and economic growth. We would be glad to allocate the money the city set aside for us to run our council this year to the chamber, because of so many events were canceled. And the one we loved and learned so much was our annual trip to the legislature. Please give this some consideration. On our calendar, we have been invited to be a part of the city annual marathon again this year, where we are over the children race at Staley Farm in the morning of February 6th, which we look forward to. We understand that Cotton Days is still under discussion, date of change, but we feel the city needs to keep it a tradition to our city. We feel it is one of the most important events of the year to honor our heritage and those that built our beautiful town. We are also aware that the county fair is part of that concern. If there are any questions, we would like to take them. We thank you again for the time to report to you and wish all of you a Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mary Libby. Any questions or comments for?
Mayor, if you don't
Yes.
mind. Mayor Libby, you just did a fantastic job. I absolutely loved hearing this report, and I was wondering if it would be possible for you to get a copy of this summary and suggestions to our city recorder, Denise Bullock. I'd like that to be in the minutes for this
Absolutely.
meeting, if
Yeah,
Mayor, if you're
Jack,
okay with
Absolutely.
that.
I've got it right here. So.
Thank you, Councilman Staley.
And I just want you to know how much we as a city council appreciate each of you as a youth council. I know it was a tough year, but you just represent us so well. And we appreciate you and your advisors so much.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. And we also appreciate each and every one of you. So.
Mayor, I'd just like to add on to Councilman Staley's remarks, and I hope you know that I appreciate you guys. It's truly the honor that I have. Mayor, would it be with your leave that maybe the youth council members could come up and just state their name and their office, and then if Mrs. Snow would like to come up, then just if each of the youth council come up and just state your name and your office, and would that be okay, Mayor Nelson?
Absolutely.
Sure. Hey, thank you, Councilman Ivey.
Hi, I am Colin Burr. I am a council member on the Washington City Youth Council.
Thank you, Colin.
I'm Emma Ward, and I'm the Pineview rep for the Washington City Youth Council.
Thanks, Emma.
I'm Kristen Wilson, and I am over leisure services for the Washington City Youth Council.
Thank you, Kristen.
I'm Taylor Hughes, and I am the service chairperson for Washington City Youth Council.
Thanks, Taylor.
I'm Sydney Beecher, and I'm the historian for the Washington City Youth Council.
Thanks, Sydney.
I'm Ohani, and I'm Parliament.
Thanks.
I'm Ohani Lebo.
Thanks, Holly.
I'm Emma Whitney, and I am a city council member.
Thanks.
I'm Snow, and these are my peers. I'll tell you, these kids are awesome. Every year, I think they're couldn't be any better, but every year they step up and they're amazing, and I'm very proud of them. And I thank you for the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen.
Carmen, we just had one more youth come in. If they'd like to come up and just say their name and their office.
Hi, I'm Chase Adams. I'm the social director.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chase. You have a meeting to go to, Carmen? Are you guys okay? Or a meeting to go to? Or okay. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll move on to item 5, finance, presentation of the audited Washington City financial statements for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. It's good to be with you. I'm Dave Whitwer with Hinton Burdick. We're the auditors of the city, and I'm here to report on the fiscal year 20 audit. So year ended June 30, 2020. And I believe you've been provided copies of the audited financial statements and our various reports and letters. So, just a brief outline of what I'm going to go over. I'll keep it pretty high level, but if you have questions, please let me know. I'll first touch on our various audit reports and findings, and then go over a few financial highlights, including some comparisons and graphs with a focus on the city's major funds. Have that touch like Brian does with this. Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right. Okay, so there on the slide you can see our various reports. First is a governance letter, a separate 3-page letter that includes our standard required communications to the governing body. And then page 1 of the financial statements is our main audit report, and we've issued an unmodified or a clean opinion. And then towards the back of the financial statements, page 77 is our report on compliance and on internal control over financial reporting. There are no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies noted. However, we did issue a separate letter to management with a few recommendations there. And then, as listed in the report on state compliance, page 79, we issued an unmodified opinion there, but there were 5 instances of non-compliance. 3 were carried over from the previous year. And so the state auditor's office puts out an audit guide as part of our audit that we're required to look at certain areas and do certain procedures. And these findings are a result of those procedures.
Before you go to the next page, this was kind of a lengthy meeting, and I was trying to recall if I saw the document or the recommendations to management. Can you maybe just summarize that? What some of those recommendations were?
The items communicated to management.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. So just real briefly, there were two. Has to do with controls over credit card transactions. And also in connection with the state auditor's office, they put out a new risk assessment questionnaire that they want every local government to do in the state. And you go through and assess your various controls and procedures and areas we might improve in. And one of those was over credit card transactions and making sure that someone's reviewing those that is not subordinate to those who are making those transactions, those purchases. And so the main recommendation there was to make sure that someone that is not subordinate to the card holder is reviewing those credit card transactions. And then the other item has to do with the city's accounting system and controlling passwords and access in connection with the IT department.
Thank you.
Okay. So back to those state compliance findings. I won't go into details, just keep it pretty high level. Page 83, there is further details. And then page 87 includes management's response to these 5 items. So, the first one, 2020-001, Open and Public Meetings Act. So the governing body should obtain annual training on the requirements of the Open and Public Meetings Act. And it's not all members obtained the required training for fiscal year 2020. And then meeting minutes are required to be posted on the Utah Public Notice website within 3 days of the minutes being approved. And as we selected a sample and looked at those, we noted an exception there that wasn't met within that 3-day time period. Cash management, deposit, and investment report, defining 2020-002. So every 6 months, the city's required to file this report with the state. And we noted that the June 30, 2020 report contained some incorrect balances, including using book balances instead of the required bank balances, and then some of the investment balances were inadvertently included twice on the report. It's my understanding that report has since been corrected and resubmitted there, so I don't foresee that being an issue going forward. And these are the 3 repeat findings from the previous year. Budgetary compliance with financial reports. The governing body should formally review financial reports at least quarterly and document that review in the meeting minutes. And it's my understanding that the city does have that information available on the website, but the key is to make sure that that's done formally and noted in the minutes at least quarterly.
Sorry, which part is on the website, did you say?
The financial information is available on the financial dashboard.
So again, for clarification, are we suggesting that something should be different, or is the website sufficient for that?
I believe the information on the website is sufficient, but you need to take it to the next level and make sure that that's reviewed at least quarterly in a city council meeting minute, city council meeting, and then reviewed and noted in the minutes.
Thank you.
Does that make sense? Good question. Okay. And then the finding 2019-002, there's simply one capital projects fund that had expenditures in excess of the budget. It was by nearly about $61,000. And then the last one, this is probably our most common state compliance finding that we see. The fund balance, general fund maximum, the city continued to be over the state maximum, which is 25% of total current year revenues. The city was over by about $740,000 as of June 30th.
Hey Dave, can I ask you a question? Obviously the reasoning for that is just an overabundance of caution right now, and I know there's conversations as to as to whether or not that maximum should be changed, or if we just need to continue to get below that. My question is this: I'm not familiar with how other cities are. Are other cities typically over that 25%, or are we an outlier to that?
No, like I mentioned, this is probably our most common compliance finding that we see. We do a number of local government audits, and it doesn't seem like the state auditor's office gets real serious about doing a whole lot about it. And like you said, there has been discussion about possibly changing it, because there is quite a tight window there when you're trying to build reserves for difficult times, like when a pandemic hits or whatever. So yeah,
we're not alone in
alone,
that
for
situation,
sure,
but
no.
we ought to be aware of what the state asks and try to follow that.
Exactly. Good point. All right, any other questions, comments on those items before we move on? And as mentioned, management's response to those 5 items is included on page 87 of the financial statements.
This is Councilman Ivy. I'm not sure if you're going to talk about this later in your presentation, but in case that you're moving on from this, I just see on report on compliance and internal controls, that section, page 77, it says issued a separate letter to management with a few recommendations. Do you remember what those recommendations were, so that we can at least have an idea of what we were?
Yes, and those were the 2 that Councilman Ward just previously asked about. With the,
So I guess what my question is, I realize that, but what my question was, is, so did you find irregularities that, or is it just, I guess what my question is was this just like a clerical error, or was there,
yeah, as we looked at it and looked at the internal controls, we noted that there was room, there improvements that could be made in strengthening those policies and procedures over those credit card transactions.
Okay.
And it looked like our city manager had written a letter in response to those of how they would be addressed at the very end. Okay.
Exactly. Yep. All right. Okay. Anything else before we move on? Okay. So this next portion, the graphs and financial information is selected financial data from the audited financial statements. So first touch on, I know it's a little bit small to see there, but this is the focus on the general fund for a moment. This shows the balance sheet trends for the last 5 years. So the pink line is the liabilities. That's relatively consistent. That bottom blue line is fund balance or equity. You can see as of the end of June 30, 2020, there's about 7.6 million, which is an overall increase of about 724,000. So the majority of that 7.6 million in fund balance is unassigned fund balance, about 6.2 million.
How does that compare with cities of similar size? Are we, with fund balance higher than obligations? Are we bonding at about the appropriate amount, or should we be even potentially looking to be bonding more?
We'd have to look at that and compare. There's so many factors and differences there, but yeah, that's something certain.
We have more in reserves than we have in debt.
Yes,
is the good news.
Yeah, where I mentioned you are definitely over the state maximum in the general fund, and if you look there, that bottom line, just back in fiscal year 16 and 17, 16 was 1.4 million. You were definitely on the low end there, and so it's definitely good to see that increase some. Yeah, quite the increase over the last 5 years, from 1.4 million to 7.6 million. All right, and then this is general fund again, but with revenues and expenditure trends. So this excludes transfers and other financing sources. You can see the top line is revenues, bottom line is expenditures. So revenues continue to be greater than expenditures. It was about a $4.3 million net increase before transfers for fiscal year 20, and about a $724,000 increase after transfers. The city budgeted for a decrease of about 1.2 million for the year. Revenues were over budget, mainly due to sales taxes, and most of the expenditures were under budget for the year. And then this next slide, this shows the general fund expenditures by program or function, comparing fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 19. You can see that most, or actually all of them, are up from the previous year, some more than others. Public safety was up about 12%, mainly due to personnel expenses. And the bottom line there, you can see transfers out, net was up significantly due to increased transfers to capital projects funds. Those transfers were budgeted. And then just take a quick look at some of the city's main revenue sources. The sales tax revenue, you can see the increase in each of the past 5 years in sales tax revenues from the growth. There's a very large increase for fiscal year 20, about a 20% increase. That's mainly due to some new local option tax for roads and transit. If you exclude those new items, the sales tax revenues are up about 10.7%. So a pretty significant increase. Property tax revenues, again, they've increased in each of the past 5 years due to growth. For fiscal year 20, there's about a 7% increase over the previous year. And then I'll just briefly go over each of the major utility funds. And the format on the slides will be the same for the next 4. So first look at the water fund, but just quick as to how it works. You've got your comparing fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 19. And the top section is just operating activity, main operating activity, with an operating income or loss number. And then that income or loss before transfers and capital project or capital contributions. That includes both that operating activity and non-operating activities, such as impact fees, investment earnings, and interest expense. And then you've got unrestricted equity, which is assets less your liabilities, and that unrestricted excludes equity that's tied up in capital assets or debt reserves or impact fees. So it's truly unrestricted, that's carried over to future years. So looking at the water fund, you can see the net operating income of $551,000 for the year, and that significant increase was mainly due to an rate increase in June of 2019. So the full year fiscal year 20 was in effect. And when you include the non-operating activity, there was a nearly $2.6 million increase for the year in the water fund. So as to where that puts the water fund, as of June 30th, unrestricted equity of $8.3 million. That's an increase of about 23% from the previous year. And that bottom line, unrestricted equity divided by operating expenses, that's enough to cover about 1.2 times operating expenses.
Is that the range we would want to be in? And I know when you look at these governmental funds, you're usually just trying to bring in about what it costs. I mean, it's a utility fund, but obviously we're setting aside for capital projects and other things. But how do we look there? Is that the right?
Yeah, and again, it all depends on what the capital needs are, because that's obviously a big part of the picture and what you project those capital needs to be in the future. So it all depends. I mean, if we look at going to the next slide here, looking at sewer or wastewater, you can see that same number is 3.7. This, out of all the utility funds, the sewer fund has by far the largest unrestricted equity in comparison to operating expenses. So yeah, very significant there.
But a lot of work to do as well with.
So yeah, and it all depends on those projected capital needs going forward. So yeah, looking at the sewer fund, net Operating decrease for the year of about 305,000. Including non-operating activities, there is an increase of about 780,000. And so 7.4 million in unrestricted equity as of June 30th. So as noted, that covers about 3.7 times the annual operating expenses. Okay, and then looking at the electric or power fund. So here you can see just under 2 million in operating income for the year. That's up from the previous year, about 211%, so a significant increase there. Revenues are up about 7%, while expenses are down about 2%, mainly due to decreases in repairs and maintenance. And about a $3.5 million increase when including non-operating activity. So as of June 30, there's about 9.7 million in unrestricted equity that's carrying forward to the next fiscal year, and that's enough to cover about 80% of an annual operating expense. And then finally, the last one, storm drain fund. There's a $24,000 operating decrease. That's a significant increase from the prior year. The prior year had some unique activity with over 900,000 with the Virgin River Restoration Project. Nearly 700,000 of that was covered by grants, FEMA. So over $900,000 increase when including non-operating activity. So unrestricted equity is about 2.7 million. That's enough to cover about 2.1% of operating expenses. All right, and then wrapping up this last item here, this shows just all the remaining funds of the city. CPF stands for Capital Project Fund, SRF stands for Special Revenue Fund, DSF is Debt Service Fund, and ISF is Internal Service Fund. I'll just point out a couple items. You can see there, and this is the fund equity in those funds, so the assets less the liabilities. So both the capital projects funds, recreation and streets, increased significantly, mainly due to impact fees and transfers in exceeding capital outlays and transfers out. There's an increase in park impact fees. And the majority of the recreation capital projects fund balance is restricted for impact fee use. And the majority of the streets is restricted for capital outlay as well. So, irrigation, the bottom one, 6.5 million. That's essentially all investments in capital assets. So. All right, any other questions, comments?
That was good. Appreciate it. You even you're breaking down the acronyms. Appreciate that.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to know how, what level to do it at or what. So yeah, sometimes the financial statement review in this setting can be a little bit tricky. We understand. So.
Nicely done.
Thank you,
Appreciate
David.
it.
Any additional questions for David this time?
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 6, consent agenda. Item A, approve the minutes from city council meetings of 12/9/20, 12/15/20, 12/22/20. Consideration to approve the board audit report for December 2020, some final plats. Number 1, consideration to approve the final plat for Brio Phase 2C, final plat located approximately Villa del Sol and Camino Oso, applicant Cole West Homes. 2, consideration to approve the final plat for Riverbend at Sunrise Valley, Phase 1, located approximately 500 South and Country Way, applicant Midden LLC. Item 3, consideration to approve the final plat for Washington Vista Phase 3A, located approximately Washington Parkway and Fairway Drive, applicant First Nation Investment LLC, Matt Lowe. Item D, a special event. Consideration to approve a special event for Southern Utah Half Marathon starting at Highland Park to Bloomington Park in St. George on April 17th, 2021. Applicant Red Mountain Running Events. Item 2, consideration to approve a special event for Washington City Half Marathon 5K Kids Run located at Sullivan Park and Staley Farms, held on February 5th, 2022. That is-
February 6th.
It's a Saturday, correct? It's still the 5th, Councilman, I believe. Let's double check that date.
And I jumped in on that. I don't know if that's appropriate. This is to clear up the confusion for February 5th, 2022.
Okay.
Right next year.
All right, thank you. February 5th, 2022, applicant Washington City Leisure Services. Item 3, consideration to approve a special event for Cotton Days in various areas throughout the city from April 19th through 25th, 2021. Applicant Washington City Leisure Services. Consideration to approve a special event for Ironman Breakfast at Sullivan Park on May 1st, 2021. Consideration to approve a special event for Pioneer Day at Veterans Park and closing the roads for the parade route July 24th, 2021. Applicant Washington City Leisure Services. Consideration to approve a special event for Veterans Day at Veterans Park on November 11th, 2021. Applicant Washington City Leisure Services. Consideration to approve a special event for Christmas in Dixie at Veterans Park and the Covington Home on October 29th, 2021. Again, applicant Washington City Leisure Services. So if we have the date correct on February 5th, 2022, I think.
That's right, Mayor. I checked it. It's a Saturday, the 5th.
So Mayor, just one clarification on DI 6. We would need to close the roads for the Veterans Day parade also. I don't know if that's important to have it on here or not, but we would have the.
It says closing of roads
on
Veterans Park and closing of roads for the parade route.
On DI for Veterans Day.
We close the roads for Veterans Day.
Yeah, isn't that in the application?
It's the parade.
Yeah, it's usually in the application, same as would be for Cotton Days.
Just clarifying it on the agenda.
Thank you.
Is there any conversation on the consent agenda? Otherwise, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Before the motion, Councilman, let's make sure our comments are done so that we can make the motion in seconds.
Say that again. The what?
I just want to make sure that there's no additional comments, Councilman Staley, so that we can move forward. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, if there is no additional comment, I would motion that we approve the consent agenda with it being noted that any cancellation of city-sponsored special events come back for approval to this city council.
Councilman Mundy, second.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification on that. What you're adding an addendum to that to?
So what I'm saying is that this past year was unique, and we're all very sensitive to COVID and the adjustments that needed to be made. But some of these events were canceled without involvement of the council, and I think that where we're taking the time to review these special events and approve these, that it only be fitting that any cancellation of such events comes back to this body for discussion.
Well, what if it's canceled by themselves, not the city?
Yeah. I mean, obviously the, Southern Utah Half Marathon, they could cancel, but the majorities are Washington City is the application. So any that are Washington City applicant, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the 7, I'm suggesting ought to come back at least for discussion. And obviously we're very cognizant of the virus and of trying to do the right thing, but I think where we are the legislative body, it ought to come back for us and not be unilaterally canceled with us having last minute notice.
I would concur with that too.
Yep, it's fine with me. Seconded.
I seconded, yes.
I have the motion in a second.
Councilman Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilman Staley, for putting it in that manner. Item 7, Planning Commission appointment. Consideration to confirm the appointment of members to the Planning Commission. I sent you all an email. You had a chance to review it. Before I state the names, is there any conversation or comment you would want to make before I make my motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a more of a statement and understanding is that there's we had how many applicants? 9, 10 applicants. I know like 3 of them. I read their application, but I'm just thinking back to when I was appointed to Planning Commission and I sat in a work meeting and with the other parts that were interviewing, and I considered an interview, come up and explain myself, and I don't know if we've had the chance for that. And that's something I would like to entertain, that we do that with these applicants. I know we're missing some people on the planning for this next meeting. The only one that I know of, and that's because he went for the city council position as well, and I think we got to know him at that point, was Brett Henderson. And so, I mean, besides him, I'd like to discuss and meet some of these other applicants. And that's kind of how I'm feeling.
I appreciate what Councilman's saying. I think I actually had a chance to just kind of review the city code today, and just read over in Title 1, Chapter 3. It talks about the powers and duties of the mayor, and the mayor does appoint, but he does it with the advice and consent. So I think what the councilman is saying is that whatever that process is, and it sounds like it's been a different process at different times, but it's nice to be involved in that process. Obviously, the consent would be the vote tonight, but you know, I would kind of follow the mayor's lead. But that's a little bit of the check and balance in the code with, but also one of the privileges and duties of the mayor to bring that name forward. But certainly, I think all of us appreciate the opportunity to fill that role of advice before we give consent. Are we on the same page, Councilman, with
We're
that?
definitely on the same page. And I just don't know these people who have applied for the position. I know a couple, but I'd like to at least spend a few minutes talking to each of them in a work session, kind of similar how I was appointed to planning, and understand who we're dealing with. And so that's kind of what I was understanding of how it works based on my experience. And then we give recommendations and the mayor goes from there. But I don't know if we've had a chance to do that. And I'm super excited that there's 10 willing applicants that want to be a part of our city and help out on the planning side.
I guess for me is that when I read the mayor's email, I looked at that was his suggestion, and if I wouldn't have felt good about them and didn't know, I actually had the privilege of knowing them or a lot about them, and so I didn't respond back. But I'm certainly in favor of that. If that's, you know, I know that it's hard sometimes to have that dialogue that you'd have in an ideal situation, but in this case, if I hadn't have wanted any, and I encouraged my fellow council members that if that's the case, if they're not happy with the suggestions, then you have the discussion. But for me personally, I'm very, very happy with the recommendations of the mayor in these cases.
Well, let me maybe explain. It's not that I don't have any. I don't know them. Right. It's hard for me to make a recommendation and a vote on something if I don't know them. I've never met them. I've never talked to some of them. That's all I'm saying. So,
and I appreciate that. I think there's been years ago, we had the opportunity to look at the applicants as a council and discuss that. And it sounds like there's been times when there's been interviews. There's been times when the mayor's had some conversation and brought it forward. I think at this particular time, the mayor's had some conversation with most, if not all of us, and the applications have been sent out. But having that assignment with the Planning Commission, I realize right now that we have a desperate need to fill those seats. So I think at this point, I'm inclined to listen to who the mayor would like to appoint, considering that the advice has been done, and then we can take a vote as to whether or not we give consent. I think that's kind of where I am.
Yeah, support Councilman Coates's point to this, and actually, since we're referencing the code, actually read in the codes 9.3.1, it doesn't actually specify that the mayor in this case makes those appointments on planning commission. But I agree. I'd like to see us maybe put it's a good compromise to put in the Henderson, and then to maybe call a meeting to have the others come forward. Just make sure that we understand what we're doing. I think I've heard a number of the members of the council here wanting to strengthen relationships with the planning commission and improve how we're moving forward with that. I'd like to, no time like the present.
I'll just read that code, Councilman, so that we're all on the same page. It's one dash.
I think you're welcome to read it, but I've read it already, and
I'll read it for the benefit of the others here, Councilman. I know you're very familiar with the code. It's the 1-5-3, and it's in Article C, powers and duties. If you go down to item H, with the mayor's powers and duties, it says appoint, with the advice and consent of the city council, persons to fill offices or vacancies on commissions or committees of the city.
And I recognize that that's the one you're pointing to, but there is a specific section in the code 931, establishment of membership and appointment for the planning commission, and it doesn't read the same either.
So traditionally, that has fallen upon my shoulders to review and then make recommendation. I don't recall yours, Councilman.
Yeah, and we discussed that today.
Yeah.
And I reached out to some of the other council members and say, I was wondering if I missed something and misunderstood, because I was going to a lot of meetings, but they confirmed that it was done in a work meeting and interview. So that's just my recollection of how I was appointed to planning commission when I did. And I knew this last year was definitely different because of COVID, and we kind of just appointed as we could. So I assume that that's the reason why we did. But that's the only reason why I bring it up. And really, I'm not saying those aren't great recommendations. I just don't know because I don't know them. I'll just have to. That's my thing.
Yeah, I see where you're saying, Councilman. It 9-3-1, paragraph B, the city council shall appoint. No, the city council shall appoint a representative from its members to act as a liaison. So that's me. I don't see a contradiction between the mayor appointing with our advice and then bring it to a vote for our consent. I don't see a contradiction in reading through the code there.
Councilman Staley, where this is your assignment, council assignment, would you give some direction on what you'd like to see?
At this point, we desperately need to fill the spots, and the mayor doesn't get a vote on a lot of things that we vote on, but this is one of his privileges, is to appoint, and it's not always exactly maybe who each of us would want to. That is the check and balance, but I think it's his privilege to bring forward that name, and if we don't approve that, then I guess that we don't give consent. But I think at this point, I would like to hear what the mayor has to say to bring it to a vote from the council. We need to fill those spots. We need to move forward.
Let me just give my input too. You know, I know it has been handled in different ways over the years. I was different when I was on the planning commission years ago. It was just an appointment by the mayor, and I know Councilman Coates has had a different experience. But it is a very important position, these positions on planning commission, and I just want to express appreciation to those who have served there in the past. It takes a lot of their time, and they spend a lot of time at meetings. I've watched I think 3 of the planning commission members over the last couple of months, and they're very thorough. Those that are there have been very thorough. But it is a very important position, and I guess I'm in the camp of Councilman Coates. Yeah, President.
I'll take President.
Councilman Coates, that it is important, Councilman Staley, that we get to this, but a couple of weeks to the next meeting probably, in my mind, wouldn't hurt to have those that don't know. I don't know all of the candidates either. I know a good portion of them, but I don't know them all. But my thought is wouldn't hurt to allow that opportunity to have some discussion. And I don't know how that fits in there with your thoughts, but that's the way I feel on it.
I'm up for whatever the council. I would like to make the motion, and then we'll go from there. I would like to make the motion that we retain Brian Musso, who is on the current board, and that we add Brett Henderson and Pete Bullock. Brett Henderson to take Monty Holly's place on the board, Pete Bullock to take Jason Smith's place, and have asked Pete Bullock to serve as an alternate, and then move Jason Hanson on as the chairman of the Planning Commission. That would be my recommendation. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'm going to make the motion that we bring on under your recommendation, Mr. Bullock to take Mr. Smith's place, and Mr. Henderson to come on and take Mr. Holly's place, and Jason Hanson would act as the current chair of the Planning Commission. And I would also add in my motion that because we've had kind of not a real defined process, even evident tonight with a couple of council members that were on Planning Commission before, that we clarify and define exactly what that looks like going forward. But that's my motion.
And I have no problem, council, if you want to deny and we move in another direction. It's not, I'm not going to be offended by that at all. It's, in my interviews, those are who I select. Did you have Brian Musso want to do that?
And then reappoint Mr. Musso.
Just another question, Mayor. I assume you've talked with Hanson, Mr. Hanson, about serving as the. Okay.
I appreciate, honestly, I was appointed to the Planning Commission as well. I think it was a different process for each of us. I am not disagreeing with the role, with the importance of the position, with the process certainly could be more defined. It's my opinion that at this point, we had a great pool of applicants. We probably couldn't have gone wrong with any, but at this point, because it's the mayor's privilege to bring this forward, I will bring this to a vote by seconding the motion.
Thank you. Go with a roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, nay.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, nay.
Bundy, nay.
Okay. We will table that and go, and we'll, in the next workshop, we will have the applicants come in and.
If I could, Mayor, I say nay, just to allow for that opportunity to get to know. I don't have any problem with.
Mayor, may I make a different motion?
Sure.
Well, because we have that need and people are stepping down, and I don't know, I make a motion that we move forward with Brett Henderson tonight, and continue with the other applicants, and I make my motion also make Jason Hanson the commissioner chair, because we have the other applicants moving down, and then look at the other two placements with everybody. That's my motion.
I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
I would second that motion so we can move it along, get a couple in place, and give consideration to the others.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on another alternative.
Just to be clear on that, so then those would move forward tonight, and then we would schedule a time to do the interviewing process.
The remaining two.
Are we specifying when that will happen?
Next workshop.
Next workshop. Thank you.
I need to make that.
I realize that the five of us, in a sense, interviewed Brett Henderson when he applied for the open vacant council seat that the Councilman Bundy was selected for. I appreciate the urgency of filling that seat to have a quorum. I just hesitate to on the one hand deny because we're not following a process of interviewing, but at the same breath bringing forward one of the individuals. So I don't know that being sympathetic, understanding.
No, I
where the rest of you
understand
are
where you're coming from.
I just can't see it. I just don't see that we can have it both ways. If we're going to interview them all, then I think we should interview them all. If we're not, then we're not.
That's fine.
And I do think it's a point of privilege for the mayor to bring that forward, even if there may be some contradicting language in our code about how that goes about. I think that's one of his privileges. And
Well, that's fine. I'll remove my motion. I withdraw it.
So I guess I'm caught on the difference here, because the point wasn't to interview them; it was to get to know them. I'm the same way. I know Brett, and he's one of the only people on there that I do know, and it's my hope that we'd have somebody of that caliber come forward. So we can interview Brett, but I guess if the point is to interview him, then you have a contradiction. But if the point is to make sure that the council knows him to a certain extent, then I guess there's a difference.
I withdraw.
Okay, he withdraws his motion.
I know several of the applicants. I think there are, honestly, I think any single applicant could do a good job. I know many of them. I think people could do a great job who the mayor brought forward. I think he would be fantastic. I think he would give a great perspective from the trades that he does. So
sounds like we'll set up interviews on the workshop in 2 weeks.
Well, do we have then, if knowing's going forward tonight, do we have a need for something to happen more quicker than next meeting?
Well,
they'll be meeting before we will, right?
Right.
Do we need to schedule
I
something
can ask
this
Jason Smith to
next
stick
Well, the
around.
councilman, that's without assignment as the liaison.
Yep.
That was one reason why I made the comment, understanding what the councilman is saying, but also realizing that we do need to fill their positions.
Well, I was
So
trying to
be
fill.
specific.
Hold on. I was trying to
Do we
fill.
need to have something? Do we need to meet next? Do we need to set up in a meeting for next week to move this along?
It's up to you, council.
I'm fine with that. Since we're to that point, I'm good with doing it next week. Sooner the better. We don't have to
Prior
wait for 2 weeks.
to Wednesday, so we'd be looking at Tuesday probably. Tuesday at 5 p.m.
Yeah, but will we make a decision then?
I think so.
I don't know what the quorum requirement is. Is it 3? Is it 4? It's 3, right? A vote would be 3 in that council or in that commission.
We would have Jason Hansen, we'd have Van, I apologize, I can't say his last name. And then we have
Doug Shield.
Brian Musso, so we would have 3. Doug Shield is the alternate. Is Brian lapsed?
Brian is lapsed. Should have 3. Well, technically, Jason Smith is still on there.
Mayor?
That's true.
Brian can stay on. If you read again, you guys were all in your code books. If you continue on and read them, that a commissioner would stay in until an appointment is made to take their place. So they can stay, they'll keep acting in that spot until you bring that replacement forward. So Brian can still be an active member of that. You would have 4 for the planning commission next Wednesday.
I guess where I'm at, with my motion defeated, I would feel better about trying to put something together for next Tuesday if you gentlemen's schedule will allow for that. I don't think it's fair to the applicants or others that we prolong this any longer than we have to.
Council okay with that?
Yes.
Denise, could you contact each one of the applicants? Are you there, Denise?
Sorry, I was trying to get to my. Yes, I'll be glad to contact them.
And we'll start at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock on Tuesday.
Maybe 10 minutes intervals.
Mayor, I brought this up before. Tuesday nights are difficult for me, and the earlier.
That's right. That's right. The earlier the better. I'm
Okay,
sorry
yeah.
about that, Councilman.
Can we do 5? on Tuesday?
Would 5 work for you?
You know, the earlier the better for me on Tuesdays.
To me, it's important enough. I'd be happy to come anytime.
5 o'clock works for me.
Compensated is just fine.
It just depends on how long it goes, and there's enough moving parts on my Tuesday nights that I just, I'll do my best to make it work.
Totally respect
But,
that, yeah. Can you make 4:30? If some of the applicants could come at 4:30?
I would have to change things in order to make it 4:30.
Yeah, 5's that, I think.
Okay, Tuesday at 5 o'clock.
Tuesday at 5, Denise.
I still would like to ask and the council to have Jason Hanson serve as the planning commission chairman. I'll make a motion to.
I'll make a motion. We make Jason.
I think the mayor made that motion.
Is that?
No, I don't make, I'm
He's recommending.
asking for a motion.
I'll make the motion that we appoint Jason Hanson, the commission chair of the planning commission.
Councilman Bundy, I second.
Motion and a second.
Aye. Bundy, aye.
Goats aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Item 8, preliminary plat. The applicant has asked us to table this to the next city council meeting.
Mayor, what was the reason for that tabling? Do we know? Because
Drew, what was the reason for the tabling?
It was
Yeah,
tabled from December 9th already.
Yeah, what happened was their engineer hasn't finished putting together the items that you asked for that. So I just told the applicant we were going to table it because they didn't have everything ready for you gentlemen tonight. So I'm just bumping that to the 27th meeting. And it needs to be done in a motion as was brought tonight to be on the agenda.
Mayor, I'll make that motion to table the preliminary plat for the Desert Flower Phase 2A located approximately Bonnie Lane and Bella Vista Drive.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second.
Bundy, aye.
Goats aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Item 9, donations. Public hearing for consideration to approve a donation to the Dove Center, the Washington City Utilities Assistance Fund. Applicant, Lindsay Boyer. Lindsay's not here, I don't think so. City manager, would you,
I did. Let me speak to this one a little bit. This was a little more of a staff and council generated item really than coming directly from the Dove Center, but Dove Center is requesting funding to help meet the increased needs of COVID. We talked a little bit about the COVID funding that we've used for city issues. And then we talked a little bit about the fact that we wanted to identify some needs in the community. And so both of these issues are to help identify that. So the request, as we discussed at last meeting, is to move $20,000 to the Dove Center from the general fund to allow them to provide continued services past the deadline that we had to expend COVID funds, and allocate $10,000 from the general fund to be earmarked to the utility assistance fund. So it's taken care of by our city treasurer.
Sorry, can you read the last two sentences again?
Sure. Which the $20,000 to the Dove Center from the general fund.
Yeah.
That allows them to provide continued services, according to the COVID need.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't catch that.
These wouldn't be COVID funds. These would be general fund
yeah.
amounts. And then again, $10,000 from the general fund to the utility assistance fund, which is managed by the city treasurer to help with utility assistance issues that come up through the community.
So I have a question on the $10,000. So in the past, we haven't had any. We've had donations from outside sources to cover those utility funds. And if we're saying, are we saying this 10,000 is for COVID related to the utility funds, or just the utility funds in general?
Just the utility assistance fund in general.
So
not necessarily due to COVID hardships, but just to for community members.
What's our what's our process for determining if they're applicable for them?
Right now, it's determined by the city treasurer. I mean, kind of knowing the issues and working with residents through issues that they have. But he makes that determination.
So do we have any, sorry, Councilman, I didn't know if you were done.
No, I'm good.
So do we have any, where previously those were donated funds and it was kind of just the expectation to just have them, is there a need now that it's city funds for that to be a more specific process to apply for those funds? I don't know, does that change the dynamic at all?
I think you'd have to tell me if you wanted to change. I don't know that it has to. It certainly doesn't have to, but it depends on what you're comfortable with and what comfort level you have with allowing the treasurer to do that. I mean, we could certainly come up with a longer process, but a lot of times these funds are used a little bit on an emergency basis to help out when that need is dire.
So, and then as we were initially discussing this, we had talked about bringing forward a difference in an increase of need for, and I think we were again kind of thinking that this was COVID related, but this whole conversation grew out of the COVID CARES Act funds. Have we documented an increase in need in the utility funds? And do we know what that is?
City Manager, I can speak to that. I have the document that Carrie Wheelwright, our treasurer, provided. And what's more telling in this document, there was an increase in shutoffs and hardships. And the distinction is that the hardships are accounts that haven't traditionally run late, but they've made on-time payments. But in the last year, they've ran into some problems. These bills generally run $1,600 to $2,000 per month. And just for the record, I am the council member that brought this forward as originally a request for COVID funds. And this is an appeal to try to help those that are people that have paid their bills, but have run into problems that are not exclusively COVID related, but they definitely have an impact and brought about the more urgent need for assistance. The benefit is that money would stay there. It would be administered very capably by Mr. Wheelwright, again, under the guidelines of a hardship account that I just explained. Just want to remind the council that we were able to influx some money into the general fund with COVID funds. And I just felt like that through the entire process, that these were two very deserving and very needed donations. We are all very aware with the Dove Center and in their conversation with the Dove Center also, they have indicated that because of maybe not COVID, but the circumstances that surround COVID and being quarantined and self-contained, that their needs have also increased exponentially. And so that's what precipitated me asking for this request originally. Those facts have not changed. And I did have conversations with the Dove Center, talked to a couple of people there. I don't recall their names, but I did talk to the person that is in charge of donations, and she forwarded this information to me that kind of describes what I just spoke of.
Councilman Ivey, maybe I can ask, is this something we're looking to do annually on the 10,000, not the Dove Center?
I'm not looking for an annual or reoccurring donation. What I'm thinking is that in the spirit of trying to help our residents in their desperate attempt to sway the effects of COVID and the financial burden that's put upon them, that this is just an honest grassroots effort to try to provide some sustainability to keep their heat on and to keep them to get from basically that hopefully back to work in 2021 and be able to again pay their account the way they had done previously before COVID hit.
So do we have a list of the current out of date payments?
The treasurer has all that information.
So so I understand, Councilman Ivey. So what you're referring to there is strictly the Dove Center.
Well, I've got two applications, two agenda items. The one is for the Dove Center, which is the $20,000 donation. And then there's a $10,000 consideration that would go and be held by our treasurer in the utility office.
That's not for the Dove Center.
That is not for the Dove
okay,
Center.
okay.
We've got
I thought they
two
were both for
separate
the Dove
applications. I'm sorry. I'll clarify. 20,000 for Dove Center, 10,000 for utility assistance.
Okay, I'm with you.
So you don't know those numbers right off, Mr. Red, do you?
I do have. Oh my gosh,
I'm just here. Let me get you to my train of thought, and maybe this will help you answer the question. Is that what I'm wondering is if you said there's 1,600 to 2,000, is that per month that we're shortfall on hardship accounts, not regular occurrence accounts?
Yeah, to clarify that, Councilman Coates, they are hardship accounts, and this document is not dated, but they are hardship accounts. And his wording is this: these bills generally run 1,600 to 2,000 per month collectively, and that is specifically hardship accounts that would have been calendared. I'm assuming that he would have used, I believe it was the last from COVID, maybe early summer, until we had this conversation. And again, I'm sorry, this is not a dated document.
No, it's fine. I think my question comes to where are we at today? Are we 10,000 short as a whole on this group of hardship, or is it just, or they've been jumping back and forth and it's like 3,000? That's where my question is.
And you know what? I'm not going to be able to answer that exactly accurately, other than that I know that the funds would be held in that fund, and we could also put a condition that if that money isn't used in a certain period of time, then we could have it transferred back to the general fund if it's not used or deemed necessary. I don't have the exact numbers. All I have is this undated document.
It should last 5 to 6 months at the current levels of need. But again, if it's not all allocated or used, it can certainly be returned.
Is it going to go, I guess, you anticipate these to continue for the next few months?
4 or 5 months, yes. And we did have some donations that got us through Christmas time, some private donations. So,
and that's typical that we do. It's just that those didn't go as far.
Yeah, this is an interesting year, and they didn't go as far as they might have gone otherwise. So, yeah. Well, and then, so yeah, we're just all over the place with 2 different topics here. So I guess then back to the Dove Center, in the documents in there. So is this it's 20,000? That's the request, yes. 20,000 from the Dove Center, and is that? I guess I'm being confused here, because initially, so is the $20,000 the number that the Dove Center requested? It's the number that the city sort of settled on, and the Dove Center certainly has that number of requests and much more. But it was a number that we felt like was appropriate to ask for in the request. And then, and we don't have a representative from the Dove Center here tonight, right? I don't believe so. So, and then, I mean, I don't know, we were kind of on a different topic when they were talking about this, but they had said that they had some interesting and different needs here, but I was hoping to just kind of, because again, that was my question when this initially was brought up, is to, okay, well, if there's a need there, then let's kind of just identify what those needs are, what those changes are, how that will be spent. That's typically what we do with requests for contributions. So, well,
I know in their application, I'm trying to find it, they noted that I was quite surprised on the increase of domestic abuse that they've seen. Do you know where it is, Councilman? I read it.
Yeah, it's in
going through. But and the thing that I noticed is one of the big things is the hotel rooms and stuff, because they don't have room for the housing for the women and children. Their calls have spiked 30% higher in June, highest it's been in the past years. Shelter spikes of new high in June and July were approximately 60% higher than average monthly requests. Number of households served with shelter more than double from May and June, of the increase of 25% in July. I think the big thing is just finding a place for these people to go and helping them. That's what hit me when I read this report, was how high it went. I kind of think I heard in my mind, I've heard that there was going to be a spike in these just because of how the effects are, but that's what I got from their breakdown, was just the effects of finding places for these people to stay and the rent that is incurred, which affects them immensely.
So if I can go back, Councilman Ward, I'll attempt to answer your question also as to the amount. Of course, they would accept whatever we felt comfortable to give them, but I felt like that at $20,000 at this time would address their immediate needs, and then we could hear back and see if there's need to go further. But I felt like that would meet their immediate needs. And again, I apologize, I don't remember the young woman that I visited with, but they were appreciative of anything because of the numbers that Councilman Coates had read off. They have a dire need because of the increase in their services, in the need for their services.
And did we make them aware that this would be on the agenda for tonight?
Yeah, it's 9A and 9B.
So I would say this is a little more city driven. They're not coming with hat in hand. I think we reached out to them to see, and if you remember, it's a little bit of an outgrowth of the CARES funding, and we were spending that money and looking for ways that we could help the community as well as spend the money on city issues, and this is kind of an outgrowth of that.
We're kind of past that at this point, because we're not really talking about
because the CARES money had to be spent by the end of December. Yeah, and so I certainly don't blame them for not being here, because this was really more of a
I guess my question was, did we make them aware that this would be on the agenda for tonight? I mean, I personally have really enjoyed every time that the Dove Center has come in and the work they do here. Sure. But I honestly feel like we get too little chance to.
I don't believe they were specifically invited to come and speak. I didn't invite them, unless you did. But
my last conversation was that they're busy, there's a lot to do, and should be here if it were possible.
Okay.
I think we're still in a public hearing.
Yeah, we are in a public hearing. Anybody in the audience that you have a comment or question on this particular item? If not, looks like not. Denise, were there any from folks online?
There are no public comments on this item.
Thanks, Tara. Okay, I'll entertain a motion then to close this public hearing.
So made. Second.
Motion and a second.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Thank you. We'll move on to item B, to consideration to approve donation to the Dove Center and Washington City Utilities Assistance Fund.
So I'm on the so there's been a document that was referred to, and we had some reading from, but it wasn't included in the packet, and the author of the document isn't here tonight to answer any questions about that.
Are you saying the reading wasn't in the packet? Because it was.
No, as far as the utilities, there was an undated document. What's that?
Sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I thought you were talking about the Dove Center.
No, not. I mean, I realize it's kind of confusing because we have the two items going back and forth. So on the utilities, there was an undated document that was produced by Mr. Wheelwright and Carrie, and then I had some questions for the. I thought we'd have some representatives from the Dove Center here tonight as well. I don't know. I guess like to see us table this, include the documentation in there for the utilities, because that was something that was specifically asked for, at least by me, and I thought it was echoed by others as far as showing the needs and the actual numbers for the utilities. And changes there. I don't know. It's just I realize there are good causes, and I have some real concerns about what is going on in our community because of COVID. But I just don't see. I mean, we're taking money right out of general funds for these, and we haven't gotten some of the questions that were initially asked about them done. If there's not any other comment, I'd like to make a motion.
I do. I want to make a, Councilman Bundy, were you going to say something? To me personally, I think that if there was somebody here, or if there was a document, it doesn't, to me personally, it doesn't change the facts of their need and their desirability as an entity that requires, would be a great candidate for donations. I guess in my mind, we had this discussion at our last meeting, and we brought it forward tonight. I understand that they're wanting more documentation, but Councilman Ward, you did say that you wanted to make a motion. I'm thinking to deny that, I would ask that we approve it.
Well, so you're saying, but again, the last time we talked about this, we were talking about CARES Act funding, and we were trying to decide if we could get this within CARES Act funding, and we were trying to move it forward within CARES Act funding. So this is really completely changed, but even some of the concerns that were brought up at that time was we were just kind of theorizing that there was probably a need for utilities, and that there was probably a need for the Dove Center, and so I think it's not only fair, but it's more than fair, because we're talking about general funds. We're going to take and distribute money from other citizens to these entities to just qualify exactly what that need is. We're still kind of reeling with what's really going on with COVID, and some of the impacts. Some of the impacts have been less. Some of them have been more than people had forecasted. And so I just don't really feel like we have a complete ability to. The whole thing has changed since we talked about it in the beginning, but still we don't really have any of the documentation and numbers.
And I guess what I would say is that we had discussed it and decided that with that influx of money into the general fund from the CARES money, that this would be something that would be considered for that. Where you've already said that you're going to make a motion, I don't want to preempt that and make a motion to approve. And so with your leave, I'll make a motion.
I don't give it if you're asking for it.
Okay, then Mayor, with your approval, I think that Councilman Ward needs to make a motion in that case.
Initiate a motion, I would entertain that.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we table consideration to approve donations to the Dove Center and the Washington City Utility Funds. There's been a request for some further documentation and participation by applicants and those that have produced documents.
I have a motion. Do I have a second on that motion? If I don't have a second on that motion, I can entertain another motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we consider to approve a donation to the Dove Center in the amount of $20,000 and the Washington City Utility Assistance Fund in the amount of $10,000. And the money that goes into the Utility Assistance Fund will be monitored, and if it's decided that money is not needed to deal with immediate needs, that donations can cover that money, then that money is to be returned in 6 months back into the general fund.
Can I make a request on that motion? Sure. That we get a report next council meeting of where we're at with our current funds on the $10,000.
Yes.
All right, of where the need is and the anticipated need of that $10,000.
I will add it to my motion that next council meeting that we have information from the treasurer's office regarding the exact numbers in conjunction with utility fund needs with an updated document that is dated with up-to-date numbers.
I will second that.
Okay, you have a motion?
Could I just make a comment on that? I respect Councilman Ward's feelings on that, but as I sit here and think about it, regardless if we document or verify that they have a need because of COVID, it's for a good purpose either way. You know, I would have confidence that they would use it for a good purpose. You know, it's an organization that is always going to be in need. So,
and you're talking the Dove Center, right?
Yeah, the Dove Center. I'm talking the Dove Center specifically. But the other, the utility fund, that's that's there. It's always there. It can be considered to add to it any time, I guess. But either way, if there are hardships, there's nothing wrong with accounting for it by any means. But I'm just saying.
I more just want an update because those are the questions I had, and I agree with Councilman Bundy on what you said on that. So, and I felt reading the donation thing from the Dove Center explain their need on their side. I wish they were here too. I always enjoy having them here. So, but I'm ready to move forward with it. So.
Okay, we'll go with the roll call vote, and I do have a motion and a second.
Bundy, aye.
Goats, aye.
Ivy, aye.
I just feel like that I mean, this was the shortfall of funds for our residents because of the utilities was something that I was concerned about from the very beginning of the onset of COVID, because the city is literally the place where those kind of traumas hit first, because that's your utility bill. But again, this conversation started with CARES Act funding and has now morphed into general fund. It was one of the requests I had in the beginning to have that come forward. It's also been extremely complicated, even just simply talking about this, because we've chosen to put these two together in one comment. So we're constantly trying to determine what comments are being made about which idea. And I think that I really truly appreciate what the Dove Center does in our city here. I just wish that we were represented and could have a chance there. And I hate to vote against the Dove Center, but this is not the way I would like to see, especially being as fiscally conservative as I am, to have something like this come forward coming right out of the general fund. And I reluctantly vote nay against this.
Staley, aye. And as a point of order, Mayor, can we have discussion before the vote, and then once the motion and the second has come, then we can have a vote. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Now, am I misunderstanding what you're saying?
I vote aye.
When there's a motion and a second, there is time for discussion. That's protocol. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Roll call voting at that point. I just think the time for discussion is before the vote.
Yeah, before the vote. Yeah, okay. I see. But as far as a first and a second, there is an opportunity for discussion.
Exactly, but I'm saying once the first and the second, the voting started, the conversation stops.
Okay, I'm with you.
I've never seen that in any of the Robert's Rules of Order, as far as, and it's always been the tradition of this council, as well as the previous council. If an individual has something that they have in their heart that they're struggling with to make it, I mean, nobody's going to see that in the voting record when it's always just going to be a yay or nay vote. But there's nothing in any of those, either tradition or Robert's Rules of Order, that says that I can't have my word.
Yeah, and personally, I don't have a problem with that, but I just wanted to be sure that it wasn't that we have a first and a motion and a second, and then there was no discussion. I thought that's what you were saying, but I understand what you're saying. But again, I wouldn't have any problem with someone expressing their feelings, even, when the roll call has been taken. But.
Well, at the end of the day, that was approved 4-1. We'll move on to item 10, public hearings. Public hearing for consideration to approve zone change request Z-20-20. Request from residential agricultural 1/2 acre lots, RE1.5, to residential single family 15,000 square foot lots, R15, located at approximately 2900 South Noble Drive. Applicant Barbara Button.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, applicants request an approval to change the zoning of approximately 5.0 acres. The requested change, as stated by the mayor, is from the current residential agricultural half-acre minimum, or the RA half zoning designation, to a proposed single-family residential 15,000 square foot minimum, or referred to as the R115 zoning district. The R115 request is for the purpose of developing the 5-acre parcel into a future residential development. This particular location has a general planned use designation of very low density. The surrounding zoning to the parcel is R115 to the west and south, open space to the east, and R115 and open space to the north. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone changes outlined, but we wish to point out that the state's new LID drainage standards will have to be adhered to as it pertains to this parcel as it moves forward through the development stages. Planning Commission reviewed the request at their December 2nd, 2020 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-2020 for the zone change request from the RA half zoning designation to the proposed R115 designation onto you, the City Council, and that's based on the findings that you see in your report. I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council might have. If it'll help, I'll bring up the aerial view. Sometimes that's more helpful. And it's this area here in the blue box. You can see it in relationship to the surrounding subdivisions. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
So I'd more have a question for maybe the Public Works Department on, we got a comment about, I know this is zoning, but on the steepness of the hillside on the back, can they explain some of the drainage issues they've had on this parcel? If they're available. If they know of any.
Mike Shaw, are you on?
I
Okay.
am.
Hey, Mike.
So we don't have a history of any issues there.
It's all
They,
here.
they will have to address anything in their drainage study.
Yeah, Drew, would this be considered, is this in the hillside overlay zone by chance, or do you know?
Yes, it is. And the Hillside Committee met. They have items that they want, which will be tagged on to a preliminary plat. So those items you will see, there was like 2 or 3, not anything really terrible, or else I might have brought them up at this stage, but they're simple things that they'll just have to adhere to in their platting, as that would come at a future date after the zone change.
So I had the kind of similar comment to Councilman Coates. The one person that did write in on this had said that one of the lots near this had trucked in a bunch of dirt. And
Councilman, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
usually people want me to be quieter. But, so one of the comments that came in was saying that there was one of the plots that was in here was they had brought in some extra dirt or fill, and that was what was creating an issue with drainage or runoff.
That's not on this piece, that's up here.
Right. Yeah, it wouldn't be on this piece. It was an adjoining piece that the commenter on the open comment period here was saying, yeah, this other one has been an issue. So do we think that there's an issue with drainage on the piece that you just marked there?
Well, I don't know, Mike, do you know anything on that area? The area, now, Councilman, you're talking about the circled area I did with the X in it?
Well, I'm talking about it only because you're saying that's where the commenter was talking about.
Well, that comment was brought up. I'm thinking it's the same gentleman when we talked about this piece up here.
Okay.
And that would have been this folks, right here on the corner had concerns because this area right here used to be a goalie. Now it was lifted up, and I don't know anything about that history on that. And it may have been done without our knowledge, but this is the piece, the one down here.
Yeah.
Is the one in question tonight, and it won't have any effect, I think, on this gentleman or this area here, because there is a ravine that runs through this way.
Not trying to change subjects, but are you ready to move on?
Well, I no, because I was just going to ask one other question on that. So if there is drainage issues that are caused on that parcel by its modification, Mike, will you just help me remind me what responsibility that the owners have for that?
So the owners of the parcels have to retain their water that they generate on site. They legally can discharge the water drainage off of their parcel that they've historically discharged. So where this is coming in on a zone change, we don't dive into their drainage per se yet. That will all come with their construction drawings, and as we start down the road at plating, we will look at that. But the zone change, we don't even get the drainage studies yet.
But they're allowed to continue whatever discharge was traditionally there, but
correct. Their historic discharge, they still get to discharge it, that historic rate. But when they develop and create the hard surface, then they've created more impervious areas. So their runoff is a greater runoff, so they have to detain that and release it.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any additional questions for Drew or the applicant?
I thought Councilman Coates was going to change the subject.
Well, it's just a curiosity question. It doesn't need to be asked. We have a long enough meeting.
Okay. This is a public hearing. In the audience that has a question about this consideration? If not, Tara, were there any comments via email?
There are no public comments on this item.
Okay, if there are no public comments.
I move that we
Am I
close the public hearing.
misattributing the comment that I read then to a different?
There are no additional public comments besides the ones that were already submitted to you. Those are submitted in your packet and will go in the minutes, so we don't need to read those aloud.
Well, so again, this is one of my concerns with our current change on this. I guess we're allowing public comment to come in. We're going to send that out to the council, but it's now not going to be a part of the reading.
It will be a part of the record as part of the official minutes, which are posted online and in our archive books. So that what they have typed out verbatim will be in the minutes.
How many of those comments came in on this item?
The only thing that came in on this item are the ones that were emailed to you. Let me actually see if there was any.
There is none.
It was an email, I believe, that came in. There have been no additional comments electronically, period, on this item.
So I'm misattributing the one comment to this.
You may be because I'm not showing anything in our system for this particular item at all.
Except the one that was emailed to us.
Yeah, it was a letter.
I think it was a letter that was actually sent to us.
I see it as.
And that would not have came in through this way to be read anyway. We don't read those in the meeting.
No additional comments? Well, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So made, Councilman Bundy.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. Move on to item B, public hearing for consideration to approve zone change request Z-20-21. A request to rezone approximately 13.567 acres located approximately 600 East Treasure Valley Road from the current planned unit development, residential PUD-R, zoning to an amended planned unit development, residential PUD-R, multiple family development zoning designation. Applicant Development Solutions, Ryan Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. The applicant, as stated, is requesting to amend their zoning of the PUD, and the acreage on the PUD is 13.567 acres. The requested change from the current PUD to the proposed new PUD is simply to add 3 new townhomes. And let me get out my fancy drawing pencil here for you. And it's basically just right up in this corner. And I'll show you the difference here after I get through my report, but this is where we're kind of concentrated on up here, these units where the red circle is. Again, this area was labeled on the original Z-1907 as a future expansion area. And so here we are tonight. The reason they put that is because the unknown contents that were going to happen at this intersection right here, dealing with 3 different property owners. So they left that until those things were kind of addressed, and they have been. And so we do have the Wells Cardiff folks ended up giving their portion here. The Hoops gave their portion up here where my pencil is. And so all those things have been addressed. And so now they're back here with this amended in this future expansion area. Again, the current approval was, they had 112 duplex townhomes, not duplex, but I mean just townhomes that varied from duplexes, triplexes, and fourplex units. And now adding the 3 will bring them up to a total of 115 units as part of the project. The general plan designation at this area is the medium high density, which carries a 7 to 12 dwelling unit per acre ratio. The original approver of the project showed an 8.25 dwelling unit per acre ratio. With the new unit count at 115, that will bump up to 8.47 dwelling units per acre. The surrounding zoning of the parcel is R3 and C1 to the north, R18 to the west, and A20 to the south and the east. Staff has reviewed the request and wishes just to point out an item of concern as it relates to the project and the amendment. The city ended up with the developer to adjust the north area of the project by having an alleyway put in to keep the units off of facing Treasure Valley Road. My only concern at the time and during the planning commission, the applicant addressed it was they were showing a 15-foot alleyway here, and they gladly stated they will bump that up to an 18-foot alleyway in the planning commission. So my concern is not as much a concern, but I just wanted to point that out to the council tonight.
Drew, on the setbacks on the driveway, are those 20-foot setbacks?
The driveways will all be 20 foot. Yes, that's a standard.
So there's not much space there. Where are they going to get that?
Let me, council, I just want to finish one thing, then I'll take all your questions so I don't get this left out. Sorry. The Planning Commission reviewed it at their December 2nd meeting of 2020. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the Z-2021 for the zone change request from the old PUD to the proposed new PUDR, adding the 3 units onto you, the City Council. And of course, it will be with the original approved findings and the original approved conditions. So with that, go ahead, Councilman Ward. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just want to get.
I appreciate that. Where are they going to get the extra feet from?
They have.
We're only talking about 3 feet. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, and they've already adjusted that. They had a little bit of play, all through this area here. And so that's what they're doing, is they've just been able to adjust some of this area here and push this way 3 feet. That's all it is.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Now, if you'd like, I will go because I know Councilman Coates wants to. I appreciate him with this, and I'm going to show you what the original approval. Sorry, my mouse thing didn't free up. And I'll bring up this exhibit here. Let me get rid of my beautiful drawings. And I'll show you what the project currently looks like is right here. So I'll zoom in on this corner. You can see kind of the difference here. There used to be a 4-plex right here that is proposed. So they're going to add a 4-plex here and drop one of these down to a triplex. And so that's why the bump in 3 extra units in this area right here. Does that help everybody and make sense?
Thank you for doing that, Drew. It does help.
I'm trying to zoom in on that top area. Oh, my thing's finally catching up.
future expansion area.
I'll do it for you right here. And
Yeah, my device was taking a while to zoom in.
On the new one, Drew, the fire chief was okay with the way that drive goes in front of that those 4 new units. There's plenty of room to turn around and everything.
yes.
And is it normal for a 15-foot alleyway to be approved in something like that? I mean, what's the standard? It just seems quite narrow. Even at 18-foot, it seems narrow, but I don't know.
It is. 20 foot is kind of sometimes what we'll ask on alleyways, but that's when you have the room. We'd like to get that if we can. So, that 2 foot, I'd rather have an 18-foot alleyway and have these folks have, the 20 foot in their backyards for their personal area in this case. Then go, add that 2 extra feet to the alleyway.
For note, on the old plan, we already approved the 15-foot alley.
I recognize
So
that. That's why I asked
and
what the standard
It caught me
typically
off
is.
guard because the standard is 20. Like I was
Yeah,
surprised we missed it on the last one on that, but it was on the last one. I'm happy that they're adding 3 feet, and I'll take it and learn from it and expect 20 on the rest of them. But I still think it's a better design than having parking on Treasure Valley Road.
And certainly any motion that's made tonight, I would hope would include that we hold them to the 18-foot alleyway. And I mean, is there possibility for 20, Drew?
Well, is our developer on with us? Steve, do you have somebody from Development Solutions, maybe?
Yeah, can you hear me? This is Ryan Thomas.
Yes, Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, we were able to actually squeeze it up to 24 feet. So we actually shifted Elmbrook Drive south, and we increased the alley from 13 to 24 feet all the way across there. And so, I mean, we've built phase 1 already, and that's how we built phase 1. We were able to increase it that much and be able to get the fire access and two-way traffic through there.
Now, Ryan, I'm going to ask you, what are these backyards behind units 46 through 61? How much room is there between the alley with your new design and the townhome unit?
I think we got 11 or 12 feet right there.
Okay.
That's the shaded area just below alley, right? You're talking about it's the shaded area below alley. And what, just below that, there's that colored area. What is that?
That's what I was just referring to, Councilman.
Okay, that's what I wanted to.
Backyard, it's their kind of, it will be their limited common area.
Okay.
He's saying right now it's 11 to 12. That's why I'm asking the council, maybe if the alley can go back down to 20 and put that. I'd rather give these folks maybe 4 more feet back here than having a 24-foot alley, but that's my 2 cents.
Didn't he say it was built already?
The other one was.
I'm not sure.
Ryan, which area was built?
Yes, it's built right now. The construction, when we took the construction plans through the city, the Chief Evans requested that we had 24 feet there, and so we increased that to 24 feet, which, we had to kind of push things south and north a little bit to make room for that, to get the construction plans approved. And so, yeah, it was built as 24 feet.
Okay, and I guess that answers that.
Yep.
And what about on-street parking throughout the project?
Well, Councilman, I'll kind of jump in there. We gave them some visitor parking. You can see where I kind of circle, this area here and over here. Generally, we don't do that in regular city streets, but that's why we made them put them on an angle. And these are public streets, so they won't be able to be parking behind any of these driveways. That'll be a no-no, here. We don't want that to happen. So, but anywhere else they could, wherever there might be room, but not many places, because that's why we added this visitor parking stalls.
So what were you, Drew, what were you saying about the angle?
Well, we put it on the angle because we don't want people doing a 90-degree, you know, if we're going to provide parking in here, we don't, in general, we don't like to do this, but we got okay this one time, so that people aren't turning 90 degrees into the visitor parking. They, you know, and it's easier for them to back out into a street on an angle and then take off.
What about on 545 East? Looks like there's more angled parking there as well. And then the alley, I'm assuming it's too narrow for parking, or is that?
There will be no parking on the alley, yeah.
So the HOA will enforce the no parking rule in the alley. And then I'd also like to point out that these units have garages also, so they'll be parking in the garages and then on the driveway to kind of reduce that on-street parking.
2-car garages, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So they'll be storing in the garage and parking in the parking.
Yeah, how 2-car garages? How wide? Not really. I'm not even going to ask that. But, yeah.
And then we have, so we're not, again, my device is really slow to zoom in on some of these, but so at least some of the curbs are kind of an angled curb. I guess those are the, is there not going to be an apron in front of the driveways? Is that what I'm understanding?
It'll probably be a modified curb is what it's called.
Yeah.
I don't think Washington City doesn't allow the modified curb for their public right-of-way section on their 50-foot. And so they'll just be curb cuts.
So what am I looking at here on the 50-foot standard row, typical section? Well, I guess
so you're going to have, I'll try to help out. You're going to have 4-foot sidewalks on each side, 2 foot of curb and gutter. And then Mike, how much asphalt's in a 50-foot? Is it 34?
I don't remember, 34 or 37.
Okay, of asphalt.
Well, I guess so I'm looking at the image just below the one where we were looking at the future expansion site where it's labeled there is where your standard row is laid out. And I'm asking about that because we are concerned about on-street parking and some of those areas that have kind of modified curbs or curb, you know, an angled cut. We're having trouble with people parking on the sidewalks and other issues like that.
Those councilmen where those parking places are, that usually ends up being a valley, a concrete valley that carries the water through.
Yeah. So, but that's not.
Any additional questions for Drew or the applicant? Okay, this is a public hearing. Any in this audience that is here for this particular
If not, I
item?
motion that we leave the public hearing. Close the
Not
public
yet.
hearing.
We've got to go email those.
There are no public comments on this item.
So again, just for clarification, when you say no public comments, there were none that came in.
There were no public comments, period, on this item that were emailed to you or came in at all.
Okay,
So now I'll make that motion that we leave the public hearing.
I'll second.
Motion and a second.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Goats, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Okay, move on to item C. A public hearing for consideration to approve a general plan amendment, request G-20-07, request to change the land use designation from civic, CV, to community commercial, CCOM, located approximately the northeast corner of Merrill Road and Sandia Road. Applicant, Fields Market LLC, Tag and Go Express.
So this is our last public. So there was at least 2 comments that came in, and only one of them was about the tag and go. So there was another comment that came in, and I think it was about.
That's what they said, though. So I think I understood it on the other agenda item. There was one email that was sent to us in our packets, and there was no additional further comments that were sent in.
One email. So, my understanding that that was emailed to the city in regards to the open public comment? Because
No,
I was thinking there was an email. I got emails about these, but I got two in the packet.
Yeah, one was for
One
the
about
other
Tag
item.
and Go, and one about the first public comment, or the
Yes.
first one.
Yeah.
Correct. And if you remember yesterday at 5 o'clock or 4:45, I copied the items that came in onto our public comment response modal. And so you got two of those yesterday afternoon. And then the other comments were emails that were sent in.
Yeah. So, Mayor, when is it appropriate to talk about our new public comment policy?
At a workshop meeting.
Well, but we changed it prior to this meeting without a workshop, we just kind of changed that.
Why don't we put it on a workshop and then we can spend some time on it?
One of the things that I haven't enjoyed on being on the council is coming up to a meeting and having people come up before you and say, "Hey, did you get my email?" And you look back and you're like, "Oh, I got that 10 minutes before the meeting or the day before the meeting." I tend to have to schedule out time to read through all this stuff, and I'm quite literally getting confused by which comments are coming in and how we're doing that. And I really have always wanted to make sure that the citizens' voice is actually heard. I think we honestly don't get enough opportunity for that. So yeah, if we could kind of maybe revisit this. I know that some citizens have had concerns about this as well.
Well, we do have 9 more comments that has come in since the time I sent those to you. And when you're ready, I'm ready to read them.
We haven't heard from Drew yet, or the applicant, or those in attendance here first, Denise, okay?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So we'll put that on a workshop agenda, okay, Denise?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Drew.
Applicant is seeking to amend the general plan land use map in the area located at approximately the northeast corner of Merrill Road and Sandia Road. The requested area covers approximately 2.42 acres. The current land use designation is civic. The applicant is seeking approval to have the land use designation changed to the community commercial designation of the general plan. And this is for the possibility to rezone the parcel into a commercial designation. The surrounding general plan land use designations are estate to the north, civic to the east, which is the school property, and St. George City designations to the west and the south. The community commercial designation allows for the community commercial C1 zoning and the service commercial C2 zoning designations. Staff reviewed the requested change and finds that due to the current and future surroundings in this area, the community commercial would be best suited for this particular corner lot. St. George City already has or will be developing the other 3 corners at this intersection with commercial uses similar to the C1 and C2 uses. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their December 2nd, 2020 meeting. Staff would like to recommend, or the Planning Commission, sorry, I didn't modify that first sentence, unanimously recommended approval of G-20-07 to amend the general plan land use map from the current civic designation to the proposed community commercial designation as outlined and shown in your exhibit and attached to your report. I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has on this proposal.
Drew, can I have some clarification on the approval from Planning Commission? It was unanimous?
Oh, sorry, it probably is, and I didn't get to let me find that motion.
Yeah, that was
Sorry, it was a 3-2 vote, you're right, on that, and it was 3-2 for a passing of that thing, so thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Drew.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Drew. I got one. Give me a sec. My map went away. So.
you mind if I make one while you're looking?
Go for it.
So the applicant, is it the applicant or is it the city that is suggesting that that it's appropriate to change it because of the surrounding changes to the surrounding area? And I guess just kind of help me walk through that. Is that mostly on the St. George side?
No, I'm not sure your question then. What's
I should have that up here. You were saying that now I'm in the same place as Councilman Coates, and my thing flipped to a different page as well.
I can jump in my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got my map running now.
Yeah.
So Drew, my question stems from, so this piece of property was up before council a year or so ago. It was before I was on council, but it was on planning commission. Ultimately got approved as an AP zone. And I know we're talking general, but at that point, how come we didn't go back and change the civic at that point for an AP zone?
Well, I'll explain this. If you go to the general plan and you pull up civic, it has a box that says what zoning can go in there. And our general plan says any zone can go in there. And when we first did this, I kind of felt a little angst when I moved it forward for the AP, but I thought that's our least problematic of any commercial type zone. So I even went forward with that with a little bit of angst, and I think I even shared that maybe with the commission and council. But any zone can go in the civic. But now that we're moving into maybe a possible C2 zone, maybe my angst went up. So I asked the applicant to come through and get this because the civic does not fit for this. And I can't see in the future anything civic really going on here that the owner could benefit from as the property owner. I could be wrong, and I'll be glad to listen and entertain it, but the applicant with what their hope is, and they are moving forward, but that's why we're here, is asking for this general plan amendment to get this property in a more setting designation. Does that help you?
That helps with my with the explanation of what happened, but moving forward, I would request that we be consistent in what we decide moving forward. If it's allowable in a civic space, then civic's adequate for the current zone, and no reason to go back. If it's just a gut feeling, I'd rather us not go with gut feelings than what should be appropriate per zone. Does that make sense?
It does, but let me just clarify that a little more, because the person who got the zoning done was ready to start a building on it at that time. You know, it wasn't a coming back for something different. They had a use and how they were going to do it, and I think that might have, helped that feeling back then at the AP zoning time versus now.
I understand there's all these conditions, but I just want to make sure we're consistent in what we're doing with the general public. So we're not saying, yeah, this guy can do this, but this guy can do this because I feel it's okay. I just want us to be consistent moving forward on these type of.
So Drew, help me remember on this, because I guess I'm remembering this differently. That the piece was, it was actually the school district that was negotiating with the council to modify that zone previously, correct? And they
probably was. I think it was
in preparation for a sale.
It's probably the same circumstance we have right now. Somebody approached the school, they went into contract based upon a zoning approval, to get that. And that's what we're here as well. That person who ended up getting that AP zone ended up purchasing it, but built his orthodontic business kitty corner to this over in the Lynn's parking lot area. So this is under contract, based upon zoning, general plan and zoning approval. So it's kind of the same thing, just passed to the next potential.
Yeah. So my recollection, and I had a previous council member who was on the council when we voted on this, was the same, was that it was very specifically set as an AP because of its proximity to the school. So, and then my Councilman Coates, if you're done with your line there. So the part I was going to ask for clarification for is in your background on this, you said that the staff reviewed the request change and finds that due to the current and future surroundings of this area, the community commercial would be best suited for the corner lot. So I want you to walk me through that statement and help me understand that, what you're seeing.
Well, I hope that I can keep it just as straightforward as can be. All the uses that I see, on the other three corners, which are not ours. Okay, this is the only, out of all the four corners of this intersection, this is the only one in Washington City, and the earmark for all the others is a C2 use to my understanding. Now, I'm not 110% sure on that. I'm not even 100% sure, but that's what I recollect that I was told at one time.
Thank you for the honesty.
But they are commercial of some sort.
Yeah. And there's some significant busyness to this area.
Oh, just a little bit.
How much of that are we attributing to the fact that that road isn't completely built out? Does Mike Shaw want to take a stab at talking about that road?
That road's just going to get busier and busier as we actually widen it and as the growth keeps going. But with the commercial development that's happening in the neighboring city and the growth that's happened to the south, that's why we've gotten so busy on that road.
Now, can I ask Mike a question?
Please do.
Mike, this is Councilman Ivy. I know that there was discussion about the St. George side of Merrill Road across from Riverside Elementary and the piece in question. And I know that the TIP funding talked about it. They kind of put it off because they're now dealing with the drainage coming from the new temple site and a few things like that. What is the outlook to have that on the St. George site build out? I understood that it's going to be at least 3 or 4 years before it'll be funded. Is that what you recollect?
Well, I think they're holding off on any of the funding because they got a major drainage project that they're putting in, and I think that drainage project's going to include piping this is a portion of the Y drain, piping of that Y drain on through up to the intersection, and then once that's piped, then the widening would take place, but probably a year or 2 years.
But Washington City has widened our portion down closer to the elementary school.
Yeah, everything that's paved right now was within Washington. Anything that's not paved is St. George.
Yes, thank you.
Any additional questions for Drew? Any for the applicant? I know they're in the audience. So.
I have some questions for the applicant.
Am I here or there?
Either way, Greg.
All right, I'm Greg Whitehead. I'm Fields Market.
Hey, Greg. My question is, I think I'm just curious of your thoughts on a PUD commercial versus what you're proposing here. Some of my concerns might go away if we have more influence as a council to review items to go on.
Our vision for this area. So let me say this as the landowner, right? Safety for children and being next to a school is the top of my concerns. Okay, so I want to do what is best for the neighborhood and for the schools and for the community. That's my number one concern. Having said that as well, we would love to have offices and keep it and do medical office and those types of businesses. Unfortunately, given the climate right now, it's difficult for us to develop that type of specific development. So there are a few neighborhood commercial type businesses that we would love to go there. And so I guess as long as we can work with the city and with the council in adequately, working on this space, I could consider a PD zone. I get you get a little bit afraid sometimes with PD that you get limited to you can put a foot doctor here and that's all. That gets a little scary, but I would be open to working with a PD zone if that's what it took to get a few of the businesses that we would like to go there. So And I mean, just today we got phone calls from businesses that I think the community would love to have there. And they are, very gentle commercial. I don't know how you describe it, but they're not crazy by any means. And having said that, though, they don't fall in the AP zone. And so, I could work with that.
That's the question I had. So,
any other questions from council? Thank you.
So I guess, like I said, it was my understanding that we were looking at putting a tag and go car wash there.
Yeah.
But you're saying with other types of.
Yeah. So tag and go doesn't need the full amount of space. They would need a portion of the space. As of right now, so the whole thing has not been planned. We've only planned the back half, I guess, or the east half, which would be primarily car wash. So, but the other kind of closer to the intersection would be more similar to what's across the street. You've got the day spa and so you've got that little strip mall there that's like 6 stores. You've got a Pizza Hut and a day spa and things. So similar to that in nature is what we're thinking of building. Very, very much like that.
I'm going to have to look at another tag and go car wash. I kind of pictured it filling that whole spot, I guess.
No, it's not nearly that big.
So they would enter into like a general public or a general shared parking area, come through that, in and out of the wash, and then back out some kind of an access that would be.
Yeah. You would go into the car wash and out of the car wash while still on the private property. You obviously you'd come off the street and then onto a common road that had shared access with the whole piece, and then the car wash would access in and out of that. It wouldn't come directly in and off of the public road, no. But the reality is, we have to submit site plans. All of this gets reviewed. I mean, we're still very preliminary. We're going to see you at least, 2-3 more times. So this will get scrutinized.
Mr. Whitehead, welcome here tonight. It's good to see you again.
Thanks.
So the car wash would be just now. I didn't want to take this from general plan to zoning tonight because that's not why we're here. But now the question's been raised. So you're thinking that the car wash would be on the east, and then how many slots would you have further to the west? Are you thinking just like maybe 2 or 3 or 1?
I don't. First of all, the answer is I don't 100% know that answer. Okay. But in my mind, it's something very much like that building that you saw down there, which I think has 5 slots. And I mean, I personally put the day spa in there, and it started because they wanted to be in the day spa on our piece. And that's how they ended up where they're at. But so it's just stuff like that. We would always like to try and work with the community. We only want to have businesses that the community is going to support.
So if they were to come forward, and there's a lot of hypothetical in this, I mean, we're just discussing, you could situate the car wash to where it would have less impact on that east end rather than the north side. Is that something within reason that you're looking at?
I think, like I said, I think this does get hashed out in a site plan.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot easier to visualize
Fair
and
enough.
see and a lot more legal. Having said that, I know I've spoken to Tag and Go. They're more than willing to do, taller walls, soundproofing, light, anything. There's already ordinances for light pollution and all those things, and they're more than willing to work with the neighbors to keep noises and lights and traffic and safety. I mean, those are all very much concerns of ours.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, a public hearing. Those of you in the audience that have come for this particular item, come on up, please state your name.
Hello, Council. My name is Annette Johnson. And I'm also confused on if I submitted a letter to your city recorder, if you got it or not. Yes, you did? Okay, so I don't want to read it again and be redundant. So I have to say I'm a little confused about this being called a public hearing because in your letter it said you were only going to let 10 people in, yet you have 20 chairs set up. You said we would not be allowed to come to the podium and speak, yet we have a microphone. So when you read the public hearing notice, it's not what is here tonight. We would have had several more people here tonight if it would have been clear.
Do you mind if I ask you about that a little bit? Because I think this is, the council kind of responded, and I think one of the comments from somebody during the planning commission kind of helped even me to kind of remember that we wanted to try and move forward. We're just trying to get a better way to do this, to have public here, but also to be, you know, as safe as we can. And so, yeah, I think we're just trying to work through
that. We all want to be safe, but there's a lot of ways differently that this could have been done. And I was kind of shocked when I walked in here tonight and saw all the open chairs because I was, you know, because I thought there were only going to be 10 people allowed. So I got here early to make sure that, you know, I was one of them. So it just, to call this a true public hearing, I believe is not correct at all.
Well, I hope you understand we're trying to, I mean, this is a weird pandemic that we're sitting with, and this is we were like, yeah, let's get it open to the public. We want you to be here. I think we've expanded to, yeah, it's open. We have the emails that we're accepting that are different than we've done in the past. I mean, we were able to always accept emails, but we also are doing our best here, I guess.
And I appreciate that, and I understand it, but I hope you can understand the optics of it also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you tell? Oh, sorry.
No.
Well, I was just going to ask, one of our hopes, and I don't know that we specified this, but one of our hopes was that maybe communities would kind of talk together and send a representative. Do you feel like that happened in your case? Did some of your neighbors talk to you and help?
I've talked to several of my neighbors, and in my letter at the end, I said that I represented many of them. But I know that many of them would have been here tonight.
Yeah.
But with the letter that was sent out, it just was not available, according to your letter. So.
Well, and I think part of it, Jeremy, I think part of it was we were trying to open this up maybe even after the letter went out. Or can you help me with the timing on that?
Public notices are sent out 14 days prior to the meeting.
Yeah.
This is from Denise Bullock.
Yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt your.
You're fine.
Go ahead. I think you're exactly right. I mean, we're trying to come up with ways that this is the first time we've allowed the public in the building since March to give true public comment. But I guess the idea meaning that the comments can come in by email. They can come in a variety of different ways, but we really can't have 50 people come in this building. We just can't do it safely. And so we're trying to come up with ways that we can do it safely and still meet the spirit of the public hearing. And I know it's different. I didn't mean to interrupt your portion, but I did really want to hear from your side how you were feeling.
I feel this is not a true public hearing, if you want to know how I feel. And also on your online form where you can go and fill out, and it says you have up to 500 words to fill out. What they've done is it's 500 characters, including the spaces, not 500 words. So you're only getting, when you go to add it, like 30 words.
Right, and I think we had just heard about that this morning.
So there's been a few problems as far as your public being able to make their comments to you. Okay.
Thank you.
Since you have my letter, I'm not going to read it again. I just want to let you know that if you have a chance to go out and drive that area, drive Merrill Road and see how busy it is, especially when it's school time. When there's an activity at that school, the cars line up along Merrill Road, the parents do, because there's not a lot of parking at the school, and it's extremely busy. It's only going to get busier. I think we realize that something obviously is going to go into that parcel, and we accept that, but we would like to keep it what the council voted for in 2017, which was AP. And listening to Drew tonight, you know, he's saying he changed it. He agreed to for the AP for the person that was requesting it. And now he wants to change it again for the person that's requesting it. I think we do need to be consistent. There's no consistency here. And I hope that you guys will really look at that and give it some thoughtful consideration. Thank you.
I really appreciate your input. I just can't tell you how much. I just really appreciate the public comment. There's just, sometimes I think, anyways, I just gain a lot from your insights and what you say. I appreciate you staying with us and being patient with us as we kind of roll this out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Johnson, Washington City resident. So I'm going to read my notes, but I've also taken a bunch of notes as I heard the others talk. So I'm just going to kind of highlight some of those thoughts, and that's how there are thoughts, take them for what you're worth. But I appreciate Councilman Ward when he voiced his opinion and said we all have our rights to our opinions and to voice those thoughts. So that's what I'm doing right now. That corner I've heard from, and I won't try to say the names because I don't really know them, but as he talked, it's been mentioned of the community, or the three other corners, and that they're going to be commercial. And that's understandable. They do belong to St. George. Every one of those corners were totally open fields for years. The corner that we're talking about backs up against residents of Washington City that have been there for years. So I'm sorry that it happens to be with three other corners that have been empty and now are commercial. But we haven't been empty. We've been residents of Washington City in that spot for a number of years. And now what is behind us, they want to make commercial and change it from AP, which Washington City Council had voted should be AP because of all the situations surrounding that corner. The situations surrounding that corner have not gotten better, they've gotten worse. So now to make a choice to change that to commercial when it was already voted AP, to us doesn't make any sense. There are plenty of businesses that could go on that corner. My concern also is that the owners of the property, when they bought the property, they knew what it was zoned. They knew what they were dealing with. They knew what they were getting in with the school, with residences, with the road, and with the fact that it was AP. They chose to purchase that land as it was, and it should stay that way. So no, my thought is that what's being taken into consideration is not the homes, nor Washington City, but the fact that the rest of it is commercial. And that really has nothing to do with us in Washington. What's best for the neighborhood and for the school, in our opinion, is not a car wash. Now, this is not personal, this is business. We have nothing personal against Tag and Go. We have nothing personal against the owners of Tag and Go. We do have an issue with the fact that we have school kids that walk that street every single day, Monday through Friday. We all know how busy it is, and we know how busy it's going to be. There's a big difference between somebody going into a dental office for an hour or two, or 4 or 5 patients, and 20 cars lining up to go in a Tag and Go that go in and out every 20, 15 minutes. We all know that's different. So for that to be right next to the school and for them to be concerned about the neighborhood and the school kids, that's fine, and I understand that. But with that concern, a Tag and Go then should not even be considered. Let me just read, that kind of just came with some of the things that we talked, so bear with me while I just kind of see if I can read my own typing here. Washington City Council. Am I far enough away that I can take this down for a minute? Thank you. Washington City Council. Regarding the lot in question for the zone change, my 3 big questions are these. Why is this even being revisited when just only 3 years ago this was already discussed with the council to change this very same property to commercial, and it was voted by the city council that it was not an appropriate location for commercial, and it was instead voted AP. We, in the close proximity of that lot, were satisfied with the council's decision because business professional and administrative professional, this would be less traffic, a Monday through Friday type of business with very little light and noise factors. The road is not conducive to the amount of traffic a commercial business will bring, nor is the location. This location is the beginning of our Washington City. This is not the way we want to introduce our city. Number 2, the real estate owners, again, that purchased the property were fully aware of the zoning of that property at the time of purchase. They should have known all the situations with this piece of property. Number 1, being next to the school. backing residential, and the narrow road, which will only be changed when St. George is ready to change it. With that in mind, why are they not looking for a professional to purchase the property instead of asking for a zone change that was already turned down for good reason? Number 3, why is it the Tag and Go is so set on this property that they would go to this extent of the zoning change being built right next to an elementary school with a potential and probable accident of a child just waiting to happen? Backing homes that honestly don't want them there, again, not against Tag and Go or the owners, but against that being right behind their homes. Backing homes that don't want them there for reasons of noise, light, property value, massive traffic change, just to name a few. And I would ask you, council members, would you purchase a home with a Tag and Go or that type of business right in your backyard? And what would that do to the value of your property? There is commercial property throughout the city and throughout the county that they can work with that does not bring about these issues. After the last meeting and listening to the comments that Tag and Go made that their other businesses, namely Sunset, have homes right behind them, I went out. I took a pad and paper because I was going to go out and talk to the residents behind that Tag and Go and see how they felt about it. And I was open to either view. When I went out there, I could not find a home within proximity at all of that Tag and Go. And I took pictures and I have those pictures available. There is not homes to the back, but it's commercial. It's commercial on one side and it is a field on the other side. That's just the Sunset one. We all know what the one by Costco looks like. There's no homes around there. And then the one out here on Riverside, the homes are up on a hill. I think it's actually, is it Bundy Road or a Bundy right up there? But they're up on a hill and they're adjacent wouldn't be the proper word to use because they're not adjacent to the property. They're a ways away and up on a hill. So this location that we're looking at has no identity to any of the other 3 locations whatsoever. Accesses to any of those other businesses are a 5-lane at best with 5 lanes and large shoulders on the side to enter either of those other Tag and Goes. So this location has no comparison whatsoever to that type of business and that their locations. And again, I have pictures if anybody wants to see pictures. So I'm asking the City Council to please uphold a decision that has already been made. Again, would you purchase a home with that kind of business right in your backyard? I ask you to think about those things and consider the fact that we are Washington City. We're not St. George. And this is our homes. This is our property. This is our home values. We already consented or conceded, I guess, when the school decided not to use the property to go with AP. We'd like to keep it AP. We know that there'll be businesses there, but there'll be type of businesses that we feel like we can deal with the best and still keep some value in our property rather than it just going commercial. And I know they have the best interest of maybe a little strip mall or something like that. But the issue is once it's changed to commercial, none of us have control over what goes in there. Thank you.
Could I ask a question, Mayor? Just real quick question. And I don't know if, Nancy, if you know this or maybe someone else might, but it's been mentioned of the school kids and the safety of the school kids walking along there. There's a significant number of apartments to the west of the Lens, is it? Is that going to be part of this school area? Do you know?
That's St. George, so I don't know if it will come over into a Washington.
I don't think the city boundaries really matter as far as the school district and what their boundaries are, but I didn't know if you knew. If anyone else knows that,
I don't know that.
The comments, please.
So I don't know if they'll have to come across or if they'll go to another school that's elementary wise. I was going to say, I know that is it Fossil Ridge or the one that's right across from the dinosaur tracks right over there. That I think is an intermediate. I don't know where the closest elementary location is to that other than Riverside. So I don't know that answer.
Thank you.
Seems like we got a conspiracy here. We got 3 Johnsons coming up here. We're actually no relation, but I am the husband of Nancy Johnson. So I'll be very brief here. In answer to Mr. Bundy's question, our assumption is, and we discussed.
Did you state your full name?
Lane Johnson. Okay. Lane Johnson. Yes. there are literally to the west of the current Linds, there are literally in excess, there'll be hundreds of school children that will be affected by their walking distance to this if Riverside Elementary is used. Secondly, we're talking about something that's been discussed and changed to an administrative professional designation already. Why would we, I really don't understand why we're looking at trying to change this again now after the city council extensively reviewed this before, other than the fact that we now see that we're trying to put a car wash in there. And agreeing with my wife, we have nothing against Mr. Atkins with Tag and Go, but why would a dental office or a professional office or a medical building want to be located next to a Tag and Go on a 2.5-acre lot? It doesn't make any sense to me at all, especially if you start to review this property. And I would ask the city council to come out and actually review and look at this property more closely. Now, that being said, if you allow a business such as a Tag and Go to go into that corner of that property, even if it is on the northeast corner, and I'm not sure if that's exactly what Mr. Whitehead's referring to, but your increase in traffic out of a car wash compared to a medical or professional type buildings on the same property, according to information that I received, would be between 5 and 15 times the car volume going in and out of that corner right there on one of the most extensively used intersections and roads, meaning Merrill Road, in the whole county. It makes no sense to me why we would consider putting a Tag and Go in the same area as what it's already been zoned for as administrative professional. And with that, I'll leave it at that, but we're just very concerned about why you'd want to change the designation to something such as that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I do love my papers. I'm Victoria Hales. I'm a longtime resident of Washington City. And I would, first of all, off topic a bit, would like to thank you for the beautiful improvements that you put on Main Street in Washington City. Every time I drive down the street going 30 miles an hour or less, I have time to appreciate them, and it's so well done. Thank you so much. And
thank you, and thank you for driving the speed limit.
Yes, I drive like a little old lady because I am a little old lady. Now, I'd like to now go on topic to another beautiful entrance to our residential communities, and that is the corner of Sandia Road and Merrill Road. And at some time in the future, I'd like to see that area also be another beautiful entrance to our city, which is primarily residential. Now, before us today is a general plan request, a request to change the general plan designation from civic to CCOM, which is the most intense commercial designation in our city. And the reason for that request is so the applicant and the property owner can later request the most intense commercial zoning in our city, which would include all of our commercial zones and all of our PD commercial zones. And I think what you have to do when you look at general plan designations and zoning designations is look at it holistically, and you have to take a look at all the interests, the big picture, and the adjacent uses. And in our city, the adjacent uses are estate residential, low density residential, and I also checked all the zones around there and all the, let me go to another piece of paper. all the adjacent zoning. So surrounding it are 1.9 dwelling units an acre, 2.2 dwelling units an acre, and approximately R18. You can't really tell, but it's about 4.4 dwelling units an acre in Washington City. And immediately adjacent also is the school, and across the street is a beautiful church. And yes, also across some streets are the city of St. George. And the reason you have intense uses right there in the city of St. George is because they don't care about Washington City residents. You care about Washington City residents. And I would like to draw your attention to some of the provisions in your general plan, which is what creates a vision for the city, high-level planning, and then you have to implement the general plan and stay the course. Right now, the general plan is civic, and it can remain civic. It is not an entitlement. The entitlements on this property right now are zoning, and right now the zoning entitlements already exist as professional office. At this very moment, the property owner could build any professional office or administrative professional building that they wanted to build. That is what they bought when they purchased it, and they can do it right now. And I would request that you leave it the way it is. I think it's the best thing for Washington City residents. I think it's the best entrance to our primarily residential community at that location. Now, when you're thinking about the general plan typically wants you to buffer uses with other appropriate uses. So if you have low density residential, an appropriate general plan buffer might be medium density residential, or in the alternative, the zoning that exists, which is administrative professional or professional office. So nothing needs to be changed. And when you think about the general plan, you have to stay the course once you've decided what the general plan is going to be. And in this instance, I would request that you stay the course. And it's hard to stay the course. General planning is hard, zoning is hard. You have to stay the course even if your applicants are local real estate agents who are good people and good developers, the Whiteheads, the Fields Market, LLC, good businessmen, nice people. It's hard to tell people no sometimes. And you have to stay the course even when your potential buyers who might have an option to purchase the property are the brothers, the tag and go owners, local people, nice people, good business people, people with a compelling family ethic, but also all the people who live right behind this parcel have the same family values, the same family ethics. And it would be in their best interest not to put the most intense, not to pave the way with this general plan change, not to pave the way for the most intense business and commercial uses in our city. So these investors, these real estate developers, these potential buyers bought the existing general plan, they bought the existing zoning, and there is no obligation to change it. And there is not a good way to change it that doesn't adversely impact all of the families and residences that are adjacent. Tonight, I would request that you leave the general plan designation the way it is. The general plan designation requested is too intense for the location. The general plan says buffer single family residential with one buffer intensity level higher or one designation higher. Going to a general plan CCOM is too many designations higher, too much intensity higher. So this is when you have broad discretion. This is when you have control. You will have less control later if you change it. You will have less expansive powers later if you change it. This is a legislative decision in your broad discretion. So if you are not going to keep it civic, I would request an alternative medium density residential general plan designation or a neighborhood commercial designation, which would allow them to do exactly what they already have the zoning to do, which is administrative professional or professional office. Random issues that I'd like to end with, just because it makes a difference. I attended only by listening at the Planning Commission level. My comments were not read. My letter was not read. I was not heard at all. I had no way in the format that was given to make any comments whatsoever. I felt sorry for your staff. I know they're trying very hard. I would hate to be in charge of anything right now, so my hats go off to you for trying so hard, and we do appreciate it. But the Planning Commission hearing was not a hearing at all, not a public hearing. So the poor woman who read my comments into the record and stated that they were under my name read someone else's comments. And I couldn't zoom in. There was no way for me to raise my hand. So I do have a problem with that. I do have a problem with any public hearing where the public isn't given the same opportunity to be heard that the applicant is given. So I do appreciate greatly that we were allowed to appear in person tonight. I understand, and I reserve any objections that we might have that other people in the community did not know they were able to appear. But I really do appreciate you being able to allow us to appear tonight. And so another random issue at the Planning Commission level, the Tag and Go representatives spoke, and they brought up a topic that is of interest to all of us in the community and you tonight, and that is lighting and noise. So what they said, and it was very revealing, what they said was, don't worry about lighting, don't worry about noise, because in our other locations, we've had complaints, and we've always worked with the city to resolve those complaints. Well, I know what ordinances are in place. I know we don't have good lighting ordinances. We don't have good noise restraining ordinances. If you wait until there are complaints, then you've put something that shouldn't go there in that location, because you are not going to be able to have any legal control at that point. That's great that they worked nicely with their neighbors to control the noise, but you cannot fix that problem if you let it go past the general plan designation and put something inappropriate there, or put an inappropriate zone there and let them build something inappropriate there. You will have no legal controls at that point, because there isn't a lighting ordinance in our region or a noise ordinance in our region that gives you any legal control over that. They can work with you if they want to, but they don't have to. And if you've heard from them that they already have complaints, don't wait till a code enforcement level to deal with it. Deal with it when you have legislative discretion, which is right now. So don't open the door for an intense commercial zone, which is why they're asking for this general plan change. Don't put the most intense commercial designation in our general plan and then zoning by a church, a school, estate residential, and low density residential. Keep the general plan as it is. Keep appropriate buffers where they belong. current and subsequent owners can build professional offices there right now. Anything more intense than that would be too intense. It would not be a gradual transition. It would violate our general plan principles. And I hope you could also look at all the pictures that were submitted by other residents showing the many reasons, or one of the many reasons, it would be inappropriate to put a general plan designation allowing intense commercial on this corner. Thank you so much, and thank you for allowing us to appear. I really appreciate it.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Of course.
So, did you write in also?
I did.
Okay, I thought I recommend. I
tried
thought I
to do everything.
Well, so I wondered about that. So, just quick question for you. So, if and I'm trying to put myself in your shoes. You're not sure if you're going to be able to be and speak because there's only 10 or 20 people that are able to come in here, and so you write in also. As we're trying to figure this out, would you, as an applicant, would you mind if you did get up to speak, if we then didn't read in your record, or totally just a
yeah.
question there, just to get a sense
so
of.
I submitted a letter,
Yeah.
and you got it Monday.
Mhm.
I also appeared because I was hoping we'd be allowed to speak. I reached out, and you guys did tell me I would be allowed to speak, so I came. Once I have appeared and spoken, I think
I feel like that's okay.
I feel like that's okay for me. I feel like other residents, many of whom signed a list of people who, you saw that list. If they had all been here, I think it impacted them and their ability to speak, and that's unfortunate. I had that same frustrating experience at the Planning Commission level, and the only reason I didn't just complain more at that level is because I knew it was coming to you, and I was hoping that there would be a better process in place for the city council than there was for the planning commission.
Thank you.
And I just want to put on record that we're trying to correct the planning commission as well. We're trying to get it back open, if I'm correct. And so we're moving forward. We understand it's frustration. This whole thing is a frustration.
And like I said, I wouldn't want to be in charge of anything
No.
right now, so I appreciate all your efforts.
I appreciate the feedback too, because on the frustration on the process, because it wasn't working apparently. So, but I think we're trying to deal with. We're working on it, I guess. And
Yeah.
We're doing our best to get it over.
Ms. Helen, just last question from me. You mentioned earlier that your comments that were read under the wrong name. Did the person that was under the name, did they have an opportunity to present their comments?
So, Mr. Ivy, what happened was they read one person's comments, but they said they were mine. And then later in the hearing, they read that same person's comments a second time. And so her comments were heard twice, and my comments weren't heard at all. And what was frustrating about that to me, and I'll just share this with you because I felt really strongly about it at the time, but you guys have resolved my angst because I'm here tonight, is then the planning commissioners were a little derogatory about how redundant the comments were. And that was a little frustrating to somebody whose comments had not been read, but they'd kind of been made fun of as being redundant because someone's comments were read twice. And my other concern at that time was, and I feel so sorry for your staff. My heart goes out to them. So I couldn't present in person. I couldn't present by Zoom, which I'm very comfortable with now because that's what we do all day, right? And all of our letters were read in by this poor staff person who read and read and read and read, boring, monotone. The poor woman, I felt very sorry for her, but it's not the same, right? If you sit and read my letter, this property is already zoned administrative professional, and offices appropriate and compatible with immediately adjacent residential properties and school properties can be built in that location now. you know, it just is hard for the commissioners. It's hard for your staff. And it was very, very long and boring. So I feel bad. I feel bad that that happened to the Planning Commission, to your staff, and to all of us who tried to appear. But you corrected it for me today, and I appreciate that. And I wish you could see me smiling, because I do smile a lot. But that was the experience.
Thank you.
This is better. But I do hope that other people who wanted to appear would have thought they could, and I'm not sure that the notices really gave them that sense.
Thank you.
And thank you for considering something as important as the general plan today. Thank you.
Anybody else? I'm sure we have some written comments that were submitted, so we'll hear those.
Okay, Mayor. You have the 2 comments that I emailed you last night. From that point on, I'll read you these comments.
Denise, we have an echo. Is there?
Yeah, hang on. Let me see if I can fix it. Just a sec. Okay, is that better?
Keep talking and I'll tell you.
Okay, let me know if you get that again, but I think we've got it fixed. Okay, the first gentleman, Tom Stuckey, made the comment, I'm strongly opposed to a car wash at this location. There's a bank going on the corner to the west, and there's one on the corner in front of Lynn's. So I believe that something of that nature would be appropriate. It's also disappointing to see that the applicants have placed coming soon sign and contractor sign for a car wash on the property before they've even received approval. I believe this may be a violation of city sign ordinance. Lori Cottam posted 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, I'm trying to count them here. I believe it 4 times. No, excuse me, 5 times. Her very first comment is just talking, mostly she says the website is now limiting comments to 500 characters, much smaller than last time. I have 1,293 and only 3 points to make. Even at 499, it denies it. It is likely counting spaces too. FYI, that I will be chopping it into 4 because of the 3 of my public comments are intelligent and important. Her second post is, I acknowledge that this space may need to be changed from civic to commercial in the future, but the Planning Commission specifically promised not to approve any construction plan until Merrill Road is widened. The timing is not right for this change. They should start this process again after the road is widened, or there is at least a solid plan for widening it. Her next post states, the community had planned for this space to be a park/school. Related and developed were built and sold with that commitment. The city plan also specifically promised a gradual transition from residential to commercial. That intersection represents the entrance to Washington City and the beautiful Pineview Estate subdivision, where the lots, with the large lots with mature trees and a proximity to the river are all uniquely rural selling points in the community. Tell, tag, and go, no. Her next post states, it is important for the city council to support ways for its citizens to generate wealth, but an automated car wash provides few jobs and most are minimum wage jobs. The revenue does not generate sales tax for the city, and the environmental pollution such as lights, sounds, and smells, will reduce the appeal of other types of business/residential communities to enter the area. Hang on just a second, sorry. The last comment is, in sum, making the zone change per the request of Tag and Go sends a very strong message. This decision should be delayed and the sign should be removed. The next comment is from a David Jackson. He writes, I do not support a car wash at this location. This property was always planned to be used for a church, school, fire station, etc. So that's what should go there. B. Thomas states, I live in Pondview Estates and strongly oppose a car wash next to the school. The applicants already have their development sign on the property, so it seems a car wash has already been approved. I'm concerned about the noise and traffic. Next comment, and the last comment, is from Mark and Lorraine Haverin. They state, we strongly object to the proposed changing of the existing zoning on the property located at Merrill Road and 3000 South, which is civic, to community commercial. We oppose this change because the community business will be infringing on residential property, impacting peace and tranquility of said neighborhood. It will also bring more traffic and disruption of family life. It shouldn't be considered. School children have to walk back. Property value will be affected negatively. And that's all the public comments we have at this time.
Thank you, Denise. Any other comments, questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing for the general plan amendment for G-20-07.
Councilman Bundy, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Goats aye.
Bundy, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
All right, thank you.
Mayor,
Hey, Mayor.
just a clarification for the public. We'll be voting on this in 2 weeks. It's a 2-week holdover in Washington City.
Okay. Thank you. Move on to item 11, ordinance. Consideration to approve an ordinance granting zone change request Z-20-19 from A20 agricultural 20 acres to R110 single family residential 10,000 square foot lots located approximately at Majestic Drive and Washington Fields Road. Applicant Dave Nasel.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the 2-week holdover is now completed. This item is ready for council action. I will just remind you that the Planning Commission held their meeting, public hearing on this on November 4th, 2020. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-20-19 on this zone change request from A20 to the proposed R110 zoning. And I'll be glad to answer any questions the council might have from their 2 weeks in thought process.
I have a question, and I think we talked about this a little bit the last meeting. The canal easement that could be a future trail did we determine that is outside of these parcels?
It is.
It is.
So that you can see it. You can see where the road is. That's where the canal is.
I think I see that, and I appreciate that, Councilman. I just want to make sure of that. Someday I think we'll have a connection there, and if it wasn't, I'd want to make sure that we had availability to continue that trail.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Mayor, and I know that's not the appropriate time, but I know we've had discussions with Mr. Shaw on the intersection here with the street lights and the warrants. I'd love in a little bit to have a discussion on warrants for street lights on a work session meeting, a I'll get to when Mike Shaw can get that prepared for us. I know we're going through a change in our engineering department.
You meaning potential upcoming lights that's getting close to meeting warrants?
I'd like some explanation on when we can, where we're at currently and where we're going. We know we have a busy traffic during school, another school site area we're dealing with, and I know a lot of it's during school only, and so I just would like some breakdown for the council so that we can help explain it to the public as well.
I think they're working on something like that. I know in our active transportation committee, Andy from Public Work comes, and I know he's addressed this a little bit in that committee. And if I remember correctly, I think they're working on some sort of information piece that will address that. But I too would be supportive of that. I mean, obviously, at some point we'll need a light or lights on Washington Fields Road, and it'll be interesting to determine which of those intersections makes most sense. And maybe it's this one. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. We are working on a white paper for the council that will explain warrants for signals, warrants for stop signs, and why speed limits are set at what they're set at. So this be information that the council can have when citizens call them and have these questions, and they'll have that at their fingertips.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
But I have no questions on this particular piece. So
I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance zone change request Z-20-19 from A-20 agricultural 20 acres to R1-10 single family residential 10,000 square foot lots located at approximately Majestic Drive and Washington Fields Road.
Councilman Mundy, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Goats, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Item B, consideration to approve an ordinance of the City Council of Washington, Utah, establishing rules and regulations pertaining to the collection and disposal of residential solid waste produced or generated within the boundaries of Washington, and establishing fees for collection and disposal of such residential waste. Councilman Coates and Council Fay Weber.
So council, this is the agreements we talked about. This is the ordinance for the council on pertaining to the collection and disposal establishment. Have any questions on this?
So technically it's 9 years and 11 months.
No, it's 9 years, 11 months, and 2 weeks.
Okay.
It actually doesn't go into effect till February.
Yeah, that's,
So,
8.
well, no, it's 10 years as of February, right? Oh no, it ended December 31st, 2030. Okay, you're right. I apologize for missing that.
This is great. We've had a lot of discussion on this. Is there any more discussion, or are we ready for a motion?
Go.
I'll go ahead and motion that we approve an ordinance of the City Council of Washington, Utah, establishing rules and regulations pertaining to the collection and disposal of residential solid waste produced or generated within the boundaries of Washington, and establishing fees for collection and disposal of such residential waste.
Councilman Ward, second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Goats, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is approved. Item 12, agreements. Consideration to approve an amendment to an interlocal agreement supporting the Mojave Desert Tourist Incidental Take Permit issued to Washington County. City Manager.
Okay, it cleared out here fast. Nobody wanted to talk about tortoises tonight. We have on the line Cameron Rogman, who's the HCP administrator with the county, and he can join in, especially if you have any technical questions about this. But the background information, we have this agreement that we started in 1993 that allows the development of private property in Washington that may have been desert tortoise habitat to protect the tortoise habitat in the Red Cliffs Reserve and provide a funding mechanism for the county's conservation plan. I think everyone's quite aware of this. I was probably the one who had to learn more about it than anybody, and I appreciate the county helping on this. But currently, we're collecting an endangered species impact fee that's 0.2% of the estimated construction costs of a project, as well as a $250 per acre fee for development. In the new agreement, the $250 per acre fee will be eliminated from the calculation, so the cost will go down for the turtle habitat. Developers whose property is located adjacent to the reserve must take reasonable steps to maintain appropriate fences and walls. That's pretty standard.
Nick, can you give me maybe, sorry, Mr.
Yeah, we'll have to
I
get
missed the name.
Mr. Rodman.
Sorry, say that again.
Cameron Rognan.
Cameron, I think I've met him before. My question is, what is considered adjacent? Like right adjacent, or within 5 miles, within 10 miles? Do we have what that means?
My understanding, if he doesn't chime in, is it means adjacent. It's the property
because
immediately
property
adjacent to the turtle habitat.
Okay, I just want clarification.
That's correct. Can you guys hear me okay?
You have a significant echo. If there's another device in your room, could you mute it?
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's good. Several times.
So the fence requirement is directly adjacent to the reserve. That is the only main, one of the other main differences that is in this agreement with the new HCP is that we're going to have new areas that were discovered in the past 20 years where we previously didn't know there were tortoises, and now we do have a little bit more knowledge that tortoises do occur. So at some point I will need to meet with some of the city officials to help everyone understand where we're going to be required to remove those desert tortoises prior to development. But that and then the reduction of the fee are the two main differences in this, reflected in this new interlocal agreement.
So currently we don't have a map that shows where those boundaries are.
Well, we do, but those are going to be updated over the next several months or maybe even the next couple of years. The agreement that we came up with was that we need a little bit more time to survey some of those locations so that we feel more comfortable that we're capturing all of the desert tortoise habitat.
So what are we approving tonight then? Just the agreement between us that we're going to do that without seeing where we're doing it?
Amending the interlocal agreement with the county.
The agreement we have tonight is a renewal of the HCP, so it expired 20 years ago. And all of the municipalities receive protections under the permit to develop the land. So you still have those protections to develop all the private property that is considered desert tortoise habitat. Some of those stipulations will be further identified throughout the course of the HCP. So as we get this new knowledge, those requirements to remove those desert tortoises will come into play. Right now, we're still operating under the old agreement where we do have locations identified. And so that still is going to hold steady until we identify these other locations a little bit better.
So do you have an anticipated time when that will transfer over? From the old agreement,
yeah.
Agreement, just doesn't have to be right on, just a guess.
It's required, I think, no more than 2 years. So we have up to 2 years, but we're going to try and identify those areas within the first year or so.
Okay, thank you.
But the HCP actually exists, or correct me, exists independent of the current status of the desert tortoise because it's its status is not. What is the current status? Endangered, right? Does the status of the tortoise affect the HCP in any of these, or is the HCP stand on its own?
So the desert tortoise is listed as a threatened species under the Endangered Species Act, but if it goes from threatened to endangered status, our HCP will still cover all of the incidental take or the development that the cities and the private landowners would undertake on their lands.
And that if it drops off the threatened, is that the same difference?
So if it is no longer listed, then we would probably enter a renegotiation stage with the Fish and Wildlife Service. And it may be that we no longer need the incidental take permit and the habitat conservation plan.
Ms. Councilman Ivy, how long does this interlocal agreement last? What's the time frame?
Very good question. So the permit that we're getting from the service is going to be for 25 years. And so we hope that the agreement, these interlocal agreements will carry throughout that full 25-year period. But there is a language in there that you guys are allowed to withdraw at any point with like 90 days notice or something like that.
Any additional questions?
Not, Mayor. I am very comfortable making a motion to approve an amendment to an interlocal agreement supporting the Mojave Desert Tortoise Incidental Take Permit issued to Washington County.
Make a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
I do have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward eye.
Ivy, aye.
Goats aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. Item B, that is approved. Item B, consideration to amend the municipal billing and collection agreement between the Washington County Special Service District Number 1 and Washington City. Councilman Coates.
So,
Council River.
I do want to state that Faye contacted me earlier today and asked if you needed to come, and I felt like we could handle this. This is the municipal billing and collection agreement. It is the $4.55 per month per resident. So, I wonder if there's any discussion needed.
It was just a clerical error, correct, Councilman?
Yeah, but we have not actually put in. We actually didn't do it. We didn't adopt it yet. So the clerical, he sent it out to everybody as a clerical error, but we actually hadn't physically done it, so it didn't matter. It's more the resolution that we're amending the master fee schedule.
Councilman Coates, unless you'd like to, I'll motion that we approve the municipal billing and collection agreement between Washington County Special Service District Number 1 and Washington City as presented in the packet.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward eye.
Ivy, aye.
Goats aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. Resolution item 13, consideration to approve a resolution amending the master fee schedule for Washington State to reflect a change in the endangered species Mojave Desert Incidental Take Permit and update the fee associated with the Washington County Blue Can program. City Manager.
This is a little bit of a cleanup from two of the items that we just handled, but this is to actually change the master fee schedule for the city. The recommendation, now that we have the new curbside recycling fee, is to lower the administrative fee from 56 cents to 54 cents, but adding that to the new recycling fee sets the new monthly charge at $6.20 per month per participating resident that are participating in the Blue Can. And then just to clean up of the endangered species fee, we would remove that $250 per developed acre from our master fee schedule.
Mr. Red, how do we compare to other cities on our administrative fee?
I asked Mr. Wheelwright that, and he said they were all very similar.
Yeah, we are one of the most expensive, though. I couldn't find the data, though. I remember seeing it once.
On the administrative fee portion?
On the administrative fee considered to the other people, and I just wondered if there was a reason, or we just set our number. I mean, we're talking a few cents, but I was just curious.
Yeah, and I think it's to reimburse the city for the billing, the customer service, that kind of issue. But Mr. Wheelwright told me it was very close to other cities. So like I said, probably a few cents here and there.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
As he stares.
It's because we couldn't see his face.
Oh man, that took me a minute to get. I feel dumb now.
Why?
Because I didn't get it first.
Any questions, additional questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. We approve the resolution to adopt the amending the master fee schedule for Washington City to reflect the change of the endangered species Mojave Desert Tortoise and the Washington County Blue Can program as outlined by staff.
Bundy, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Item 14, road dedications. Consideration to approve a road dedication plat for a portion of 4200 South, located on the northeast corner of 4200 South and Medallion Drive. Mike Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just a little cleanup, a small portion of the road that got missed out when we were acquiring some of the property for 4200 South.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Unless there's any questions on this, I'll motion that we approve a road dedication plat for a portion of 4200 South located at the northeast corner of 4200 South and Medallion Drive.
Bundy, second the motion.
Motion and a second.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. It's approved. Consideration to approve.
And for your information, they started construction on 4200 South yesterday to tie it into the Fields Road.
Okay.
Nice.
Item B, Mike, consideration to approve a road dedication plat for Wild Horse Ridge, located 1137 East Wild Horse Ridge.
Thank you, Mayor. This is another one where there's a developer coming in to develop and they didn't have access or recorded access to access those properties. This is just the dedication of that portion to the city to give them access off the public road.
If there is no discussion, Councilman Bundy, I make a motion to approve the road dedication plat for a portion of Wild Horse Drive at approximately 1137 East Wild Horse Drive.
I'll second that. Councilman Ivy.
Motion and a second.
So I got a quick question. Is this road improved then? Or are we just
It's not. There's a piece stubbing off the existing subdivision that's approved. This is just a little, about 100-foot section maybe that they will improve when they develop the parcels next to it.
Are they bonding for this or?
They will when they build it.
110 feet, Mr. Chair.
110. Okay, I'm sorry, I was off.
Who's measuring?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would do that?
All right, I have a motion and a second.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Item 15, consideration to move forward with the process to participate in a joint purchase of a fire truck and brush truck for the Coral Canyon Station. Chief Evans.
Thanks, Mayor. Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is a topic that we brought before you a few months back with the legal agreement, and now we're just looking to hopefully make that purchase. We think we've got it all hammered out and ready to move forward. So we included that information in your packet and wondered if you had any questions since we've been talking about it for quite a while.
Chief, this is Councilman Ivy. I do have a question. I noticed in your information, you say that we rely on Hurricane Valley Fire Department and St. George Fire Department for this service. Now, this will provide joint ownership with the Hurricane Valley Fire Department and Washington City Fire Department, but does that leave us still a need for this this apparatus or this truck for other needs within the city that needs to be looked at in the future?
No, that's really the nice part about the purchase. You know, we've been budgeting. It's been listed in our capital to make this purchase in the next budget year already. And by doing it this way, basically we get all the benefits, but we only get half the price tag. So it really fills that same need as far as it goes. It's a piece of equipment that of course we don't have, and that's why it's been provided by our neighbors. And that's worked out really well. They've been very good as far as that goes. But time to fill that ourselves.
So, Chief, I'm just wondering why we didn't get a brochure so I could see the pretty truck in my packet. I'm just teasing.
You know, 'cause we're going to do far better than that. We're going to take you for a ride in the pretty truck, of course, when you get there. How's that?
As long as my kid can. That's the one who loves fire trucks. So, but
Absolutely.
Hey, Chief,
We like to start them. We like to start them early anyway, so we'll take you for a ride.
every kid's dream, right?
Absolutely.
I just have a couple of quick questions for you. The first one is, do you remember how much we have accumulated as we've been saving for this purchase? Do you know how much we'd saved up to this point?
Yeah, we've set aside 150,000.
So are we financing the purchase then, or have we because our portion for at least the ladder is about 550,000 plus our portion of the ladder truck. I'm just wondering how we're paying for it, and are we paying for this out of money that we've saved, or are we bonding?
I like it that our city manager steps up to the mic, because we had this conversation earlier, and so I'm going to let him jump in.
Let me try to answer that question. The question is, we don't know yet.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and order the truck. Hurricane Valley is okay either direction that we go, but this may be an area that we can help to lower the fund balance.
I was
that we
just,
have a
you beat me
problem
to
with.
it. Yes,
So
we have a fund balance issue.
at this point, I'm really leaning towards paying for it with cash, but Brian and I can have that discussion as part of the larger budget discussion for this next year. So really what you're doing is approving purchasing it, but it will be budgeted.
The budget will become
with this next budget. And right now we're leaning towards just paying for it.
So now I have another question. So where these are, I actually really love the joint operations there with the shared fire station and staffing. And I just think it makes a lot of sense. And I love the idea of having the ladder truck and the brush truck there. But I'm wondering, whose insurance does this go on? Washington's or Hurricane's? And then how do you split, how do you make sure that both cities are covered? And then how do you split the bill? I guess in half.
It's an interesting question, and right now it's whoever's been driving the apparatus. We kind of already have that problem to some degree, and so I would envision that so right now, for the most part, the district handles all the finance, no different than the station. So we're receiving a bill for them right now for the operations of the city, the building for this past year. Which we'll put in the next year's budget. And so we would assume that will all kind of go down that same way as far as that goes, and we'll just split that. We're kind of covered either direction. So we do have Hurricane staff that end up driving our equipment sometimes, and we end up driving their equipment already as far as that goes. We're insured by the same group, so that makes some of that pretty easy.
Okay, so it's the Utah Trust for both municipalities. I would just, as a formality, Chief, I just recommend that all drivers are listed, and that if this ends up being on Hurricane's policy, that we make sure that we're listed as an additional insured, and obviously the trust, since we're both insured from them, would understand that, but. We just want to make sure that if something tragic happens while we're trying to, solve something tragic, that we're covered too.
That's a great point, and I appreciate it. And we'll make sure and we include that on both sides. Thanks for that.
Any other additional questions for Chief or City Manager? I'll entertain the motion.
If not, I make a motion that we approve the order for the ladder truck and brush truck for the Coral Canyon Fire Station in the approximate, well, I guess it's in the amounts of the $1,051,000, half of that being Washington City, and the $175,000, half of that being Washington City for the brush truck. And that funding would be included in the 2022 budget.
Second. By
Motion.
Councilman Coates.
Motion and a second.
Ward eye.
Ivy eye, and I want to ride.
Coates eye.
Bundy eye.
Thank you. Annual council business, item A, consideration to approve the 2021 meeting schedule for the city council. Denise, are you there?
She's on her way down to the chambers, Mayor.
Oh, okay. We'll move on to item B then while we're waiting. If that's okay. Approve the 2021 council members' assignments. I sent you an email. I'd like you to continue in with your assignments if you're okay with that. Should you want to change, I would ask you to just contact the city council member that's in charge, and you're welcome to do that. So I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would be happy to make that motion to approve the 2021 council members assignment by our good mayor, Kenneth Nelson.
Bundy, second.
Coates. Oh, I'm ahead of myself.
It's okay, roll call vote.
He's got that fire
Coates, aye.
truck. I'm riding the fire truck on his mind.
Bundy, aye.
Where'd it go? Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
We're getting a little punchy, aren't we? Consideration to elect 2021 Mayor Pro Tem. I'd like to continue to ask Doug Ward if he would continue that. Any discussion on that? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the mayor's pro tem as Councilman Ward. Sorry about that.
Bundy, I second the motion.
All right, roll call vote.
Sealy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. A consideration to approve a resolution appointing a representative from the Washington City to the Southwest Mosquito Abatement and Control District. I believe that assignment falls to Councilman Bundy. I would entertain a motion to approve that.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve the resolution appointing Councilman Bundy to the Mosquito Abatement Control District.
I second the motion.
Motion and a second. Council vote.
Coates,
So-
aye.
Bundy, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Sealy,
Thank you. Item E, consideration to approve a resolution of the City Council of Washington, Utah, approving the designation of a representative to serve on the Administrative Control Board of Washington County Special Service District Number 1. Successor has been appointed. What does that mean?
I don't know, Mayor, but I'm happy to make a motion.
I believe that falls on Councilman Coach's shoulders.
And I've really enjoyed that committee, and I appreciate being appointed to it, and I'd like to continue.
Then I will make a motion to approve a resolution of the City Council of Washington, Utah, approving the designation of council representative Councilman Coates to serve on the Administrative Control Board of the Washington County Special Service District Number 1.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Sealy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Denise, you here yet?
Do we need her,
I don't know if there's
Mayor,
anything special in 2021.
While we're waiting for it, I want to throw out this idea. I think I discussed it with you at one time. On tonight was a great example of a short work meeting, and then we have examples of long work meetings. And I know sometimes it's hard to tell, but I'm wondering if like once every 2 months we have a Tuesday meeting to cover some of those things. It's just an idea I had. I don't know what and it doesn't have to be every month, but if we feel like one's going to take a little longer, if we can figure it out, what does the council think? I'm just putting it out there. I really enjoy the Wednesday workshop meetings because I think it consolidates to the one day for the council. And I was just thinking on some of these items, it'd be nice to have a little more time on discussion. Does it make sense to do it randomly to put it on a longer?
If there are items that would take, more time like that, I could support that. And I can do Tuesdays just with notice. It's just with short
Yes.
notice. If I have notice, I can plan ahead.
I'm with you.
What does
I'd
that
need
mean to
notice
you,
for a
like
Tuesday.
a week
too.
or 2 weeks, or
Probably 2 to 3 weeks. It just as I do,
So-
and
so
I just want to be as flexible as I possibly can. It's just I just need lead on Tuesdays is all.
So what's your, Denise, do you have, I don't know if you heard what I recommended.
I think I was on the stairs.
Okay, well, I was
She's out
yelling.
of breath.
No,
Sorry.
what I was asking is that what I've noticed over this year is that every once in a while we have some agenda items we can't really dive into on our hour and a half that we have before our council meeting. So if we have an agenda item that we think is going to go longer, does it make sense? Or we have a whole bunch of items that we need to go over. Can we put those on a different night than our Wednesday?
And what if, like, for example, the planning commission is first and third Wednesdays and council is second, fourth. What if we look to like a fifth Wednesday and those probably come maybe quarterly or so? That
We
might
hardly
be.
have any this next year. There's only
no fifth
There's
Wednesdays?
only a few because I think I put on there the joint meetings with planning commission?
Yeah, I would like to
Remember you
keep
had the Joint
those.
meetings on the fifth
Oh, that's what
Wednesday?
we've done on the 5th Wednesdays. Okay, I forgot about that. Which I can do Tuesdays with 2 or 3 weeks notice, and whether or not it's scheduled right now, if it's scheduled as it comes up, as long as there's some lead, I'm good.
I just want to leave that open. I'm not saying we have to change anything, just as needed. As long as we
Oh,
can.
no,
work
I
on
think
that.
it's, we should always consider that, so. All right, Denise. Consideration to approve the 2021 meeting schedule for the council.
Okay, so I sent you your meeting schedule for this next year.
Was there anything different in maybe this year other
The
than
thing that's
COVID?
different is the meetings in December and November from
The holiday
Thanksgiving.
meetings.
It's a killer
Mhm.
because they're huge meetings. The meetings after them, just like this one, is a big meeting because we didn't do one at the end of December. So I'm proposing that you move it to a Tuesday before.
I agree.
As long as we know, then we can have time to get our noticing and everything adjusted. But if we move it and then have our 2 meetings a month, it's gonna.
This is a good time to sell us on that after we've been here for hours in this meeting.
So have you got that worked into this schedule then, Denise? You have that in this schedule to move that?
Yes.
As you proposed?
So I think the only meeting I have on there to cancel was it in September for the League of Cities, if they ever open back up again. If they ever. They haven't for a while, so.
Okay.
And then the meetings where we would have our public forum, of course, we're gonna put them on the regular agenda so the people can come in and talk. I know in the past, when we've had our public forum, council didn't want staff here to intimidate the audience if they had anything to say. So, but we can do that. We can just have our meetings, and as long as your guys are okay with us being here.
I like the idea of staff being here.
Yeah, I don't.
I think, especially if there's questions that need to be answered. Okay, well, I'll entertain a motion to approve our 2021 meeting schedule.
So made, Councilman Bundy.
Coates, seconds.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Anything to report from your assigned committees?
Mayor, I have some items and I'll go really fast so that it doesn't belabor this. Like a protective parent, I'm going to ask you to remember that the Youth Council, Mayor Libby, made a request that we consider paying waiving or paying the $150 fee that he brought up. I'm going to ask the council if they would consider that. That was paid privately, and we could use council or youth council funds, but he made that request, and so I'm going to ask to consider that.
I didn't want to ask him because I didn't expect him to know the answer to this, but maybe you know. Was that assessed to the chamber, to the youth council? Who?
To the chamber.
And okay, so it's just interesting because we had the chamber actually come in and during part of his discussion he talked about that, but he didn't ask for. Maybe was he not aware of that? I guess it doesn't matter. But.
No, I think it's just simply that a private person paid that and felt like that it was probably should have been not charged in the first place was my feeling.
So we would have to actually meet in open council, have that on the agenda to waive that fee. And at this point, it would be a reimbursement back. What would that even look like? Just cut them a check and.
I think it's more not the dollar amount, but the message that was sent is my feeling on that.
I think that's a good idea.
Does it have to come back, Mr. Red, or is that something that is just administrative level that can be handled.
We just cut her a check.
What's the proper way to do it?
We can just handle administratively. That's fine. Yeah. Everybody nod. And, okay.
Thank you. And I'll move to the next item, Mayor, if that's okay. I did want to report that the 2 property owners for the proposed new park down in the detention basin, that property has been closed. The city is now the owners of that property. The one parcel was almost 6 acres. The other one was almost 8. And I went over and looked at it, and it looks better now. But I just want to really sincerely share my appreciation to 2 tremendous members of our community that made a very generous donation when they could have sold it for a lot of money. And I just want people to know that those great people in our city, this is just typical of that. I appreciate their donation, and we promise to put it to very good use and have thousands of youth there using it. The last thing I want to comment on is something that was talked about a little bit earlier by Mr. Meekum, our lobbyist. The Legislative Policy Committee had a meeting, and we discussed some of the details about how the sessions are going to look going forward. I do not see that I will be at the Capitol for any of the legislative policy sessions, but there is a possibility I will be there for some of the land use task force, because that task force falls under the numbers that can be held in committee. The first session will begin on January 19th, and we'll go for 45 days. The first policy committee meeting will be January 25th. And just very quickly, some of the bills that we're watching closely that could affect us, we've got some to do with law enforcement, some economic development. We mentioned earlier about some bills that would allow people to retain their own inspectors. That's something we need to be aware of. And then some, there's a firearm preemption amendment that is kind of a something that we're watching. And I just want to extend a very warm welcome or invitation to any of the council members that would like to sit in on those. They are hugely informational. They're neat. We have actually bill trackers that we can follow online, and a link to the website for the Capitol that shows current bills being argued on the floor. If any of you ever would like to come in and share that experience, or if I go up to the Capitol, I'd love to take anyone that would like to go. I know that Councilman Ward and I had that plan for last year, but of course with COVID, we got it cut short and wasn't able to do that. But it's something that I think you'd find very interesting in having a say in the bills and the laws that govern our great state. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you.
Active Transportation Committee, we are in progress of reviewing and just making kind of final edits to trail policies and associated signage. That's the first thing. We should see that coming within the next month or two to
Does
the
that
council.
include speed limits?
It might. I'm happy to share that with you if you guys want to take a look at it. In the meantime, it'll come through the process. My notes also show that there's strong support from the committee on the widening of Washington Dam Road and the associated trail as a key component of that and the connections that it makes. And also progress is being made, if you'll recall, this was talked about months ago, but the Elephant Arch Trailhead, Ben Ray has done a great job with that. He's worked with SITLA and with the county on some grant funding, and that 35 parking stall lot after there's some requirements there with the tortoise, but he anticipates that possibly being done by the end of May. And that's a great hike. If anybody would rather go on a 3 or 4 mile out and back hike rather than a drive to the legislature, it's quite therapeutic.
Yeah. There's a rock right up there that really looks like a podium and a little bit of an amphitheater just below it. So we might want to try that sometime here.
You're going to hold our meeting there? Is that what you're proposing?
If the public can get through bone wash and that sand for the meeting, but And then just last, obviously, Plan Commission was a topic. You know, I've been going to those meetings all year, and some of those meetings, believe it or not, are longer than our meetings. And if you have any questions on, it's important to me too that we have the best possible candidates there. And I'm supportive of the interview process and really just finding the best, most capable individuals to serve there. If you have any questions or concerns about how they're performing, how they're representing the city, what they're doing, please come to me as the liaison. I'll be happy to just try to give you fair and honest feedback. You know, I'm trying to do my job and support them and observe them. And so I would appreciate any comments or questions you have and give you honest feedback on that.
I do have a question for Drew while we're on that topic. With new planning commissioners coming on board, do we have any scheduled training with the planning commission?
Well, you ruined my training next week. No, we were going to have one next week and just kind of give them, a format of how things work and the kind of do's and don'ts. And we did this a while back. You remember, Councilman Coates, that we did some training after several meetings. I think I'll bring that back for a while. Just have some different topics of discussion at the end of the meetings. Maybe especially since we're going to have so many new members, the ones that are still kind of rookie, I guess would be the best term. So we'll probably bring that back, train them at the end of the meeting with different topics.
Okay, thank you.
And that's a great point. I failed to do that, and I apologize to Councilman Staley, but he's our guy, and Chris has been on the planning commission, and, like Councilman Coates. But if you have questions, I've got full confidence in Chris to handle all that. So. Or do we still need to go to a closed session? City manager? Okay. There's a need for us to discuss pending or potential litigation and/or discuss purchase, exchange, or lease of property in a closed session. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to the closed session.
So moved.
Wendy, second.
Can we have a minute before we go in there?
After you say aye, you want to be done with the meeting? All in favor?
Aye.
5-minute break. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's right.